Guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Hi, my name is Lyric, and today we're going to be starting out the Making the Case series. So basically what we're going to do in the series, I've made 2 previous videos on Tim Duncan, which was a highlight video of him in his best MVP season, 2003, and I did the video by Thinking Basketball, the Greatest Peak series. So my plan is to do every person in this series, watch every video, their highlights, then the Greatest Peaks video on them, and then the Making the Case video on them, to get a pretty wide overview of what they're like. So, you know, making the case of why they're the GOAT, seeing like how the play style was, and then like just their actual highlights. So yeah, I'm starting the Making the Case series by Tim Duncan. I'm gonna give you a warning. I have seen this before. I've seen the Making the Case series before. It's one of my favorite series on YouTube. But I'm here to give some commentary on it, give my own thoughts, and yeah, just talk about it because I like basketball. I like videos like this. I think this is the best basketball series on YouTube personally. So we're gonna give our overview of it. So yeah, if you want to see the original video, obviously it's gonna be in the description, and also go to my channel. You can see the other 2 videos I made on Tim Duncan, which were first-time reactions. So if you like first-time reactions more, then do that. Alright, so let's begin making the case for Tim Duncan. Also, make sure to like and subscribe, because like half the videos on my channel have more views than I have subscribers, which is kind of weird. Like, what are y'all doing out here? Okay, so yeah, let's begin. If this video gets to 10 comments, then I will make whatever videos you request. I don't know. I'd probably make what video you request anyway, so just comment what video you want. I'll probably make it. Alright, I'll stop with the chitter chat.
Basketball is special. The size of the court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team.
Do you think, okay, this is off topic, but do you think Shaq could actually, has anyone been like seriously injured from someone like Shaq doing that? He could seriously injure someone. Has anyone ever injured someone by flopping into the crowd? Well, not flopping, but like jumping into the crowd.
Sport that exists. And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identities and signature styles.
Hold up, my quality's low. 1 sec. How to fix quality?
Through their creativity, flair,
Pete Maravich, the direction of him,
and athleticism. And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport: who's the greatest to ever do it? For many, the question is redundant. They believe in only one right answer, their answer. Others...
Okay, here's another plan I'm going to have for this series. I'm going to do the 3 videos on every single player in the Making the Case series. Probably more, obviously, because I'm not just going to react to 3 videos on like a guy like Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan. I'm going to react to more videos on them. But yeah, we're going to do 3 videos on them, 3 main videos. And at the end, when I get finished with this series, I'm going to actually make my video of who I think is the top 10, top 12, whatever, players of all time. I think that'd be really interesting. So if you guys want to see that, leave a like.
Might have their own,
and if you don't, then I don't know, dislike it, I guess. I don't care.
Personal stance, but acknowledge one or 2 alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness and more answers to it than you might.
I'm also doing that kind of thing on my community tab, so make sure to vote on my community polls, which we're making a viewer ranked list, and I'm gonna make a video of the viewer ranked top 32 players of all time.
By my count, there are 8 players in NBA history that have a substantial claim as the GOAT. It's a subjective thing though. I can't give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for Tim Duncan as the greatest basketball player of all time.
Fun fact, I live actually closer. I'm a Dallas Mavericks fan, but I actually live closer to San Antonio than Dallas. I don't know why I became a Mavs fan. I don't know, connected more to them. And I started watching basketball around the time Luka Doncic started playing, so.
I know what you're thinking. No way. There's no chance Tim Duncan is the GOAT. He's not even the best player of his generation, you might say. You're thinking there's no way Tim Duncan belongs in the same company as some of the other players that I'll talk about in this series. And
Tim Duncan gets heavily disrespected because he didn't have like a Showtime type of play style like a guy like Magic or like Jordan did.
If you believe that, there's probably 3 things you'll bring up as
if the Ray Allen shot does not happen, he is 6-0 in the NBA Finals, same record as Michael Jordan.
Make this argument. Number 1, his second act. If you're the kind of person who rates players through spreadsheets, his career in the 2010s is statistically underwhelming. Number 2, his peak. You might say that Duncan never had a real peak where he was the most dominant player in the league night in and night out like Shaq was. And number 3, Greg Popovich.
I think the main reason for that peak thing is because he never tried to like dominate a game. He just tried to do everything in the hopes of having his team win. Like he never just like took over a game. He had extraordinary games where he carried a team to a win, but it was always in the flow of the offense and stuff. So that's why I do think there were several years where he was the best player in the world.
Duncan has always had Pop, arguably the greatest coach of all time, in his corner. I hear you, and I promise to address those throughout.
I think the Popovich argument is overrated. I mean, what has Greg Popovich done without Tim Duncan so far? Not done much.
This video as they become relevant. For now, let's do what we do with every other basketball player when we talk about them historically and look at Duncan's numbers. Here are the notable accolades from his NBA career. His 5 championships are more than Larry Bird or Wilt Chamberlain. His 15 all-defensive selections are the most of anybody ever.
The fact that Tim Duncan has never won Defensive Player of the Year is an absolute travesty. Absolute travesty. One of the greatest defenders ever. Probably the greatest defender ever to not win Defensive Player of the Year. Him and Scottie Pippen are up there.
His 15 All-Star appearances are tied for 3rd all-time. He has
obviously like Bill Russell, but the award didn't exist then, so it didn't really count.
As many regular season MVPs as Kobe and Shaq combined, and only Michael Jordan has more Finals MVPs. Don't forget about his college accomplishments,
and LeBron now.
Because remember, Duncan came out of Wake Forest after 4 years, despite people like Jerry West, who said he could have been the #1 overall pick had he left after his sophomore year.
This is what people say with like the amount of seasons. I think a lot of players had great longevity that didn't really get as much recognized because they went to 4 years of college. Kareem played for 20 years, but he also played 4 years in college. So that's like the equivalent of now, like a guy like LeBron who came out of high school playing for 22 seasons, which is the amount of seasons Vince Carter played, which is the most in NBA history. So it was insane because he was really just as good until his final year. But about Tim Duncan, yeah, he played like 19 seasons and spent 4 years in college. So that's the equivalent of like, wait, no, I got my mouth wrong. 20 years for Kareem plus 4 years in college is the equivalent of 24 seasons if you came out of high school like LeBron did, which is be like the most seasons in NBA history. Same with Tim Duncan. He played 19 seasons and spent 4 years in college, which is the equivalent of 23 years if you came out of high school, which is, yeah, it makes it even more insane.
Instead, by the end of his collegiate career, he was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time ACC Player of the Year, 2-time Consensus All-American, and was the National Player of the Year his senior season. And by the time he heard his name called on draft night, he was college basketball's all-time leader in rebounds. This snapshot of his basketball career should be enough to have him at the table of the GOAT conversation. You're not totally sold though. We need more numbers. To look at his career further, we should examine his place on some of the all-time leaderboards. Here's where he ranks all-time in some of the major statistical categories. There's some impressive stuff here, but for the most part, it doesn't really...
Rebounds to be 6th is really good, considering a lot of the guys in the top 5 played in the 1960s and stuff, where rebounding was totally inflated due to the higher amount of shots and lower field goal percentage.
Jump off the page at you. His career totals are substantially less impressive than other players at his position, like Kevin Garnett, Karl Malone, or Dirk Nowitzki.
Dirk!
And that's because you can't judge Tim Duncan's numbers like you can with most players. Imagine, in 15 years, if somebody said to you that Russell Westbrook was better than Steph Curry, citing how many points, assists, and rebounds Westbrook had.
Right.
You'd laugh, right? Because you know that numbers don't always tell the full story. Yeah, Steph Curry has impressive numbers, but Westbrook's are unbelievable. It would be impossible and irresponsible of me to talk about these players without mentioning the data that exists with them.
Right.
But by measuring players purely by their basketball reference page, you're leaving out the context and the story in which those numbers were achieved. That context is what makes those numbers meaningful, and it's what makes basketball worth following. Such is the case with Tim Duncan, whose success and greatness transcend a box score. You can't judge Tim Duncan with numbers alone. The fact of the matter is that if you ran a team and you could pick from any NBA player to ever play the game, and your goal was to set your team up for success, you would pick Tim Duncan.
The thing with, I think he gets underrated, but how like the championships he won. His second and third best player, Tony Parker and Monty Ginobili, great players, but like neither of them made the top 75. Like neither of them were superstar level players. Like Magic won 5 championships with Kareem and James Worthy. Kobe won 5 championships with Shaq and Pau Gasol. Like Tim Duncan really didn't have. He had help, obviously, with Tony Parker, Monty Ginobili, great players, but none of them were like superstar level players.
For one, you have his play on the court,
Won 5
and we are going to
obviously had David Robinson.
talk about some numbers here
stuff.
for a little while. Offensively, he was dominant through the first 10 years of his career. From 98 to 08, he averaged 21.6 points, 11.8 rebounds, and 3.1 assists, while playing on one of the slowest teams in the league. In that span, his teams never once ranked in the top half of the league for pace. If you adjust his stats for pace and look at his numbers per 100 possessions, you're looking at a big man who was every bit as productive as any other offensive player in the league at the time. You already know about his skill set. He was, after all, the big fundamental.
Yeah.
He could pass out of double teams, face up and break down the defense with surprising agility, consistently knock down shots from the elbows, and torch any big man in the league with his array of moves in the post and subtly imposing physicality. He could masterfully run a pick and roll with any guard with working limbs, and of course, he had his signature bank shot, one of the most consistent and reliable shots of all time, along with Kareem's skyhook and Dirk's fadeaway. Those skills never deteriorated throughout his career, save perhaps his final year. And that's where I want to tackle the idea that his second act was unexceptional. His scoring numbers dipped in his last 8 years, where he never averaged over 20 points per game again. But as the Spurs offense became more collaborative and free-flowing, Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili shouldered more of that scoring burden as Duncan aged. His shot attempts fell, though he remained efficient. His skills hadn't waned, the Spurs just didn't need him to score 28 points every night. He retained his role of alpha dog and contributed in other facets of the game. He could pick his spots, put his teammates in position to succeed, and save himself undue punishment and wear until it was needed. That's why, in 2013,
here's a hot take. I think Tim Duncan, if you gave him a 10-day contract this season, he could still kind of play.
At the age of 36,
because at the end of his career, he was still a good defender. Not that good of an offensive player anymore, but at the end of his career, he was still a good defender, man. Should have given this guy a 10-day during the whole COVID stuff that was happening this year.
He became the oldest player ever named to first-team All-NBA.
If Joe Johnson got a 10-day, they should have given Tim Duncan more.
Even in his prime, his game was never predicated on gaudy point totals like Malone or Dirk.
Right.
With a different offense, he took fewer shots. With fewer shots, he scored fewer points. The whole time, though, he remained the whole package. He was a tremendous rebounder, the go-to guy in crunch time, and don't forget, the best defender, maybe ever. And that's what hurt his stats, more than anything. The lack of flashy numbers for defense outside of blocks and steals.
I think defense in general in the NBA is underrated. It's literally half the game, and people don't talk about it enough.
It's so hard to measure how much a drive was cut off because of his presence, or a shot that was altered because of his contention. There are some advanced metrics that attempt to do this, and although it's an inexact science, stats like defensive rating, defensive win shares, and plus-minus numbers do an admirable job of capturing the game's best ball stoppers. Duncan's place in those metrics is unmatched. These metrics, along with his 15 defensive selections, serve as a testament to how Duncan thrived when the opponent had the ball. Legendary basketball writer Jack McCallum wrote for SI after Duncan's retirement, Duncan guarded centers and power forwards, sometimes even small forwards, with equal success. And as the NBA became more and more of a high pick-and-roll game, Duncan accepted the extra responsibility of getting involved at the perimeter while never abandoning basket responsibility. Nobody was better than Duncan at being both an advanced guard and the final fortress. Nate Silver's 538, a website that works with data and statistical analysis in every realm from politics to sports, published this article by Neil Payne. In it, Payne collects several data points on offensive and defensive prowess in order to come up with a player's WAR value, or wins above replacement. In other words, how much better were you than an average player? Payne's WAR valued balance above all else, players who succeeded at both ends of the floor. Tim Duncan was the leader by a mile.
Damn, Michael Jordan 12? Damn. Got Tim Duncan, KG, Karl Malone, a lot of power forwards up there. David Robinson, Hakeem, LeBron, Kareem, Bird, Shaq, Scottie Pippen. Look at Bird's defensive rating. Bird, one of the most underrated defenders of all time. He finished third in Defensive Player of the Year in his best defensive year. He had several all-defensive teams, so people say his defense was bad. And, yeah. That's for another video. That's for the Larry Bird video. I gotta skip that.
What does all of this mean? It means that...
But yeah, look at that. Best defensive rating in history. No defense player of the year. Doesn't make any sense.
Tim Duncan was a tremendous offensive player despite the
don't do
lack
my
of
man dirty
volume,
like that.
and one of, if not the, greatest defenders of all time. In short, his value as a two-way player is virtually unmatched in the last 50 years of NBA basketball. Alright, so enough with the numbers for right now. I want to talk about Tim Duncan when it mattered the most, the playoffs. And I want to use this time to dispute the idea that he doesn't belong in this conversation because he never had a transcendent peak. You can look at any numbers, read any article, talk to any fan who paid attention to the game at the time, and you'll come to the same conclusion. Tim Duncan was a killer in the playoffs. Nearly all of his most memorable performances came in the postseason, and more often than not, came in crucial games when his team needed him most. From his near quadruple-double in 2003 to close out the Nets and earn...
That's insane. That's one of the most underrated stats in NBA history. Only 4 quadruple doubles ever happened in NBA history. None of them in the playoffs, and he nearly had a quadruple double to close an NBA Finals. That's nuts. To win a championship. Yeah, many people argue it should have been a quadruple double, but they missed 2 blocks.
Earn his second championship to his 25-point first half against the Heat in Game 6 of the 2013 Finals 10 years later. There was never a moment too big for Duncan. Here are some of his playoff rankings, significantly higher in almost every category.
First all time in playoff blocks. Yeah.
Than he is in the regular season.
Made the playoffs every year of his career. Spurs made the playoffs for 22 straight years.
His 99 championship run was phenomenal, where he tore through a young Kevin Garnett, the newly assembled Kobe Shaq Lakers, Rasheed Wallace's Trailblazers, and the Patrick Ewing-less 8-seed Knicks, on his way to being named the second youngest Finals MVP ever.
Second season.
His 2002 campaign was incredibly underrated, as he carried...
Yeah, because David Robinson was the Spurs' best player, won MVP in 95. He got injured for the 97 season. And so they finished with the worst record in the league, got the #1 overall pick, and then got Tim Duncan, and then got to pair him with David Robinson. It kind of reminds me of like 2020, the Warriors, how Steph Curry, Klay Thompson both got injured. Kevin Durant left, so they finished with the worst record in the league. They got James Wiseman, though, but he hasn't done anything so far, has been injured. But imagine if they got someone, if James Wiseman turns out to be someone like Tim Duncan's level. Like, imagine that just that one injury for that 1 year just makes one of the greatest dynasties of all time. That's basically what happened in 97.
Carried one of the worst teams of his career to 60 wins and outplayed Shaq before being beaten by the 2-time champs. His 2003 season was his best season, and we'll talk more about it in a second. Just know that his running mate, David Robinson, averaged 8.5 points and 8 rebounds in the
last year David Robinson's career went out with a championship.
Regular season, and that Duncan's win shares in that playoff run remain the most of anybody in a single postseason. In the mid to late 2000s, Duncan's Spurs remained a fixture in the playoffs against competition like Dirk's Mavs, Nash's Suns, and Kobe's Lakers. He repaid them with 2 more titles in 05 and 07. He also gave us one of the clutch shots of his career in Game 1 against the Suns in 2008.
This is nuts. Duncan for 3.
To the basket. Duncan, a three-pointer. Puts it up. It's good. Tim Duncan from three-point land ties the game.
That's nuts. Never shoots 3. This is a game-tying 3.
Like I said earlier, in Game 6 of the 2013
Imagine if that happened to a guy like Ben Simmons. Just game-tying 3 in the playoffs.
Finals
Nuts.
at age 36, playing against Wade, Bosh, and Apex LeBron on the road, Duncan put up 25 points in the first half. It would have gone down as an all-time
24. Do you guys think 2014 Spurs were the best Spurs team?
series-clinching performance
Probably,
had it not
yeah.
been for
One of the greatest teams in NBA history. 2014 Spurs. 2013 Spurs. Well, bang!
Looking for revenge in the 2014 Finals, Duncan set the tone in Game 1 with a classic 21-10 game, while shooting 9 of 10 from the field.
Sorry guys, we got an ad. Make sure to like and subscribe so we can afford YouTube Premium.
As his final playoff hurrah in 2015, trying to defend the title at the ripe age of 38 in Game 7 of a first-round series against...
He made All-NBA first team in like 2013 when he was like, how old would he have been there? Like 38?
First, Duncan reached all the way back and put up 27 and 11, sinking crucial free throws to tie it before Chris Paul delivered this.
second left.
The same Tim Duncan that was giving the business to a 22-year-old Kevin Garnett was the same Tim Duncan that was taking a 26-year-old DeAndre Jordan to school.
Y'all think, who do you think was better, Dirk or KG?
He was ready to win championships from the day he entered the league to the day he left it.
Yeah.
And I think that's why his peak is used against him as an argument here. The fact that his championship window lasted his entire 19-year career and that his teams were always somewhere between 50 and 60 wins meant that it's hard for any one of his seasons to stand out from the rest.
His entire
and
career was
for
his
some
peak.
unfathomable reason, being consistently great is less of an accomplishment than being great for short stints. Like I said, his 2003 season was his best. After leading his team to 60 wins and his second consecutive MVP, Duncan eviscerated everything in his path as he tore through the playoffs. He upended the Suns, ended the Lakers' 3-year reign as champions, and outdueled Dirk before absolutely torching the Nets in the finals. By the time he was holding the trophy, it was clear beyond a shadow of a doubt that Duncan was the league's best, most complete player. Here's what the Ringer's Chris Ryan had to say about 2003 Tim Duncan.
We think about the Spurs now as this international house of aesthetically pleasing basketball. They were Terminators back then, and they were squeezing the life out of the game because they were just too good. They were too good. They were military in their precision. They were unflappable. They were dirty, and Duncan was the perfect avatar of all of it. You go back and watch him now. It's unbelievable the physical contact that he's absorbing in these series against New Jersey or whoever else they were playing against. And it was just routine that you'd see him put up 20 and 20s and barely break a sweat, much less a smile.
I'd be lying if I said that Duncan's peak was higher than Shaq's. But I also wouldn't feel comfortable saying that the difference between the two is great enough for me to lose sleep over. To me, the truth is that Shaq was so much more of a spectacle. To watch peak Shaq was an experience unlike anything else. To see someone of his size and stature move so powerfully and fluidly is still something of a miracle. To see Duncan at the peak of his powers was a lot like seeing him 7 or 8 years later. He was just a little faster, a bit stronger, and a touch quicker. But do aesthetics denote superiority? I'd say no. And though Shaq in his prime was certainly a more dominant offensive player, there was never a time where he could match Duncan's abilities as a defender, leader, or a teammate. The two are the antithesis of each other. Shaq loves fame. Duncan loathes it. Shaq would sometimes show up to training camp out of shape, often battled with his co-stars, and finished his career having played for 6 different teams. Duncan took great care of his body, cemented himself as the cornerstone of his franchise, and is one of the most celebrated teammates in NBA history. Shaq left a little on the table. You could never say the same about Duncan. Shaq cared a little too much about what everyone thought about him, while Duncan couldn't have cared less. And while I'm at it, addressing the points of criticism, let's go ahead and tackle Pop. Pop, to me, is the greatest coach there ever was. But he would be the first one to tell you that he wouldn't be here without Tim Duncan. For one, Duncan can play any style of basketball, in any era. You want to go old school, slow pace, dump it off to the big man down low, let him bang, and be solid on defense? Titles. Remove the hand checking and illegal defenses, increase scoring, and start moving toward the perimeter? Titles. The league goes small ball, the pace explodes,
Won in
and shooting
multiple
and ball
different
movement
eras.
is more important than anything.
Can you say that about any other player? I guess Kareem, but like...
The largest margin of victory in NBA Finals history. Second, he can play with any team. Honestly, has any superstar done more with less? Jordan had Pippen his entire run and Rodman for the last half. Bird had McHale and Parrish. Wilt had West and Hal Greer.
This is what I was talking about earlier.
Russell had Cousy, Jones, and Havlicek. Magic had Kareem and vice versa. Kobe had Shaq and vice versa. And LeBron has had Wade, Kyrie, and Anthony Davis. Duncan's best teammates, old David Robinson, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili, combined for 5 third-team All-NBA appearances and 4 second-team appearances during their time with Duncan. Parker and Ginobili are long shots for the Hall of Fame, and even though Robinson's in it, you wouldn't say that he was playing at a Hall of Fame level alongside Duncan. Third and most importantly, Duncan forged the culture of the Spurs. Pop was essential in acquiring players and reinforcing the culture that Tim wanted, but Duncan was truly the most vital component. The NBA is a star-driven league, and finding a great player who hasn't gotten a coach fired is like finding a good Star Wars movie. They're few and far between. Not only did Duncan not get Pop fired, he let Pop coach him harder than any
Hey, the prequels
superstar
aren't that
ever.
bad, man.
If Tim had ever thought to himself,
At
you
least
know what,
episode 3.
I don't feel like getting my chops roasted in front of the whole team today because I didn't box out right in practice, he could have gone right to R.C. Buford and Pop would have been gone. End of story. But Tim understood what Pop was about and trusted.
Kawhi Leonard kind of has that Tim Duncan energy about him. No? Like just me? Is that because he started league in the Spurs system that he kind of became like the Tim Duncan style of player? Like not like style, but just like his energy, you know, like a kind of a fundamental player, you know, not really, you know. Well, he's a bit more diva than Tim Duncan, you know, like leaving teams and stuff. You know, like requesting a trade. Okay, that was a bad comparison.
Trusted
Sorry.
him enough to be mentored in an unprecedented way. He set the example for his teammates that no one is immune to criticism and that it's expected of everyone to leave their egos at the door. In 2017, the Spurs SB Nation blog Pounding the Rock spoke to Sam Walker, author of The Captain Class, a book which
SB Nation's a good channel. If you have any videos you'd like me to watch from them, leave in the comment section
examines
below.
winning culture in sports, from field hockey to rugby. In an exchange, Walker said this: "The book's main conclusion is that the only one factor that must be present in order to maintain greatness over a long period of time is the presence of a particular kind of selfless, relentless, independent-minded, publicity-averse, emotionally composed captain with strong communication skills. And that's Duncan. Duncan was a pure example of the species." I love Pop, but I have to believe that Tim Duncan was the catalyst that empowered Pop to be what he is now. This isn't Belichick Brady where you wonder who made who. Pop is the greatest coach of all time because of Tim Duncan.
Damn.
If you want to try to take credit away from Duncan by saying that he played for the best teams, you might be right, but only because he made them the best team. He gave up touches, let other guys hold the torch, put everyone around him in the best position to succeed, and he enjoyed it when they did. When I said earlier that the thing that hurt Duncan's stats more than anything was a lack of defensive numbers, I lied. The thing that hurt Duncan's stats more than anything was the fact that he never gave a shit about stats or awards. Ever. He wanted his teams to succeed and he wanted to win. That's it. Just listen to the way his teammates talk about him. I don't think there's a more beloved teammate than Tim Duncan. In the words of NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, his understated selflessness made him the ultimate teammate. He was always the big brother, correcting them when they made mistakes and throwing his arm around their shoulders when things didn't go their way. He led in the most effective way possible, not with subtweeting, bombastic words, or showy halftime speeches, but by example. Of all the end-of-career farewell wishes, this is the one that stuck out to me the most. From his former teammate, Brent Bones Berry. He quoted Mark Twain, saying, "To be good is noble, but to show others how to be good is nobler and no trouble. For your brilliance, TD, I am grateful. For your skills as a player, I am in awe. And for your friendship, I am honored." Milwaukee Bucks coach and former Spurs assistant Mike Budenholzer said to ESPN's Kevin Arnovitz, "The magnitude of that, the number of people in this league who have enjoyed opportunity or found fortunate spots in the league, you can trace it all back to this one guy, to the way Timmy played ball and the way he conducted himself. The culture is Timmy." The NBA is a league of superstars and dynasties. From Russell to Jordan, from Chamberlain to LeBron. We remember its history through its champions. And in the history of North American sports, no one has been as good for as long as the Spurs. San Antonio's success is completely unprecedented in the world of basketball. Aside from his lockout-shortened sophomore season, Duncan won 50 or more games and qualified for the playoffs in every season of his career.
That's
He finished his
insane.
career with a win percentage of 71%, the highest of anyone, in any sport, ever.
That is not true.
The Spurs' run of success started in 1997, the year they drafted Tim Duncan. Since then, he has been the cornerstone, the engine of the franchise that has perpetually defined what winning culture looks like in and outside of basketball. And so I say again, if you ran a team and you could pick any NBA player from any era of basketball and
a
your
good
goal
argument,
was to
man.
win, you would pick Tim Duncan. His abilities as a basketball player are what made him a superstar. But his consistency, willingness to be coached, love and support of his teammates, and humility are the things that make him transcendent. I'll let Pop have the last word. Here he is after Tim Duncan announced his retirement.
You know, everybody always talks about who they like to eat dinner with. You know, if you had one night you could go to dinner, go to lunch with so-and-so, who would you like to do it with? And people say, you know, Mother Teresa and Jesus and the Dalai Lama. And okay, I get it. And I can honestly tell you, my dinner would be with Timmy. And it would be because he's the most real, consistent, true person I've ever met
Damn.
in my life.
Yeah, this is a really great video and the start of a really great series. So if you want me to keep doing the series, please like and subscribe and all that. And also, where would you guys rank Tim Duncan all time? I'm pretty sure everyone has him as the greatest power forward of all time. Pretty sure everyone who knows anything about basketball has him as the greatest power forward of all time. But where do you guys rank him overall all time? Do you guys have him top 5, top 10, top 15? Where would you guys put him? And would you rather have, this is a good debate, would you rather have Tim Duncan or Shaq? Put that argument in the comment section below. Y'all can debate with each other. Just keep it relatively civil. I know arguments about this stuff can get pretty vicious. So yeah, let's begin making the case for Larry Bird as the greatest basketball player of all time.
Basketball is special. The size of the court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists. And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identities and signature styles through their creativity, flair, and athleticism. And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport: who's the greatest to ever do it? For many, the question is redundant. They believe in only one right answer, their answer. Others might have their own personal stance, but acknowledge one or two alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness and more answers to it than you might think. By my count, there are 8 players in NBA history that have a substantial claim as the GOAT. It's a subjective thing though. I can't give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for Larry Bird as the greatest basketball player of all time.
Let's go, man.
When it comes to basketball, Larry Bird is the smartest, clutchest player to ever play the game.
I don't know that.
Now, if you don't think that Larry Bird is the greatest basketball player of all time, you probably hate that I just said that.
Oh my god.
Those are the kind of talking head sport cliches that surely impact the game, but are impossible to empirically measure. Right. Normally, I'd agree with you, but I think that when you talk about Larry Bird, you see those intangibles become real, palpable results. I wouldn't have said it if I didn't believe it. When Larry Bird was drafted by the Boston Celtics in 1978, the NBA needed saving. Attendance was in the toilet, the league had few marketable stars, cocaine addiction had several players in its grasp, and most damning of all,
Larry Bird being taken 6th overall in the draft is one of the most... people don't talk about that being one of the greatest draft steals of all time. Like, imagine you have the 6th pick and you end up getting Larry frickin' Bird.
Playoff games were being tape delayed. Playoff games at the highest level of basketball were being put in the back seat for black and white movies and network reruns. But rather than join the Celtics after being taken 3rd overall, Larry Bird decided to return for his final year at Indiana State, a decision that would prove to be one of the most important in the history of the sport. Bird's final year saw the Sycamores tear through college basketball, going 33-0 before the national championship game.
33-0.
Bird, already claimed by the NBA's most historic and prestigious franchise, had established himself as the generational talent who would inherit the mantle of pro basketball. Indiana State's opponent in the national championship was Michigan State, captained by the immortal Earvin Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
The Sycamores lost the championship to the more talented Spartans in the highest rated game in the history of basketball, at any level, still to this day. The stage had been set. The next decade of basketball would be defined by the rivalry between the white hick from French Lick and his Boston Celtics, and the black Magic and his Showtime Lakers. The rivalry between Bird and Johnson is entwined into the fabric of the NBA and is worthy of 100 documentaries. In this video though, we're going to be looking at Bird's claim of supremacy. Here's Bird's basketball resume. His 3 championships come with perhaps the highest collective degree of difficulty of any player's championships.
Yeah.
His 3 MVPs
Yeah, like 86, he went through the Chicago Bulls with Michael Jordan averaging 45 a game, still swept them. Second round, I believe, was against the Hawks, and they had Dominique Wilkins, one of the most dominant players at the time. Conference finals, they win against the Bucks, which are an underrated team because actually in 1983 they swept the Celtics, which is actually insane. One of the most shocking sweeps in NBA history, led by Sidney Moncrief, a very underrated player, two-time Defensive Player of the Year, while also averaging like 20 points as a guard, doing all that. And then in the finals, met Hakeem Olajuwon and Ralph Sampson. And yeah, and that was like an easier finals opponents. Most of the time in the finals, they were making the Showtime Lakers, so yeah.
Came consecutively, making him only the third player to accomplish the feat, along with Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. His 2 finals MVPs are misleading. He was absolutely the best player on the 81 Celtics, but he was only a sophomore, and his 15 points per game in the finals gave the media an excuse to exact a little vengeance on a legendarily difficult interview. His All-Star and first-team selections also come with the caveat that Bird only played for 13 seasons and missed all but 6 games of the 89 season following surgeries on both feet. I can hear you already. A 13-year career, and this guy is supposed to be the GOAT? What color of paint are you huffing, Clayton? Green, obviously.
Green.
But hear me out. Yeah, Bird's career lasted about 2/3 as long as it should have. But what he did in that time was so impressive and so substantial that every basketball fan acknowledges that he's in the conversation as the greatest ever. Doesn't it matter that those 13 years saved professional basketball, delivered a disproportionate amount of memorable moments, defined the golden age of the league, and
For you to have this many memorable moments when your career is about half as long as many other great players is actually insane.
produced a career by which all other forwards, before or since, are measured, Bird's
I know y'all probably think Larry Bird's greatest small forward of all time. Tell me if you think that or not.
squeezed every drop of talent out in those 13 years and made it seem more like 30. He didn't just leave his fingerprints on the game. He left so much of his DNA in the sport that it needed a cigarette afterwards. There's something to be said about the candle
Good
that
analogy.
lasts half as long but burns twice as bright. Those 3 MVP years stack up with any other
84 to 86, 26 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 50% from the field, 39% from 3, 89% from the free throw line.
run by any other player. I will put an A+ Larry Bird season up against anyone's. What does an A+ Larry Bird season look like? A full box score, a blowout win, a
He
nearly
passes.
undefeated record at home, and a
Ooh.
play style that could only be
This is
described
great.
one way: white. Larry Bird isn't just a white basketball player, he's the white basketball player. To describe Larry Bird's game is to thumb through the Hoops dictionary and pick out every cliche about white players. Unathletic, great shooter, good fundamentals, the whole thing. The
Yeah.
archetype of a white basketball player is Larry Bird, with one exception. He had an unparalleled understanding of the game of basketball, both as a physical contest and as a mental competition. His basketball IQ infected everything he did and catapulted his career into legend. Bird was a complete player. Jerry West called him nearly as perfect as you can get. He was the league's first great marksman.
Yeah, he really didn't have any weaknesses at all. He's a great all-time great scorer, possibly the greatest rebounder ever at his position, an all-time great passer, and he's also a great defender. Like, he literally had no weaknesses. He was a three-way scorer. Yeah, his biggest weakness was his defense, but he was still an all-defensive type player. He was a great defender. He still made all defensive teams, so he really didn't have much weaknesses at all.
He could contort his body to shoot from anywhere on the court, regardless of the level of defense.
Oh my god, over the
He
backboard,
pioneered
man.
the art of the dagger 3 and was the founding member of the 50-40-90 club. At 6'9",
Yeah.
Bird's understanding of angles and coordination
Possibly the most efficient player in NBA history, because he has two 50-40-90 seasons. The only other player with multiple 50-40-90 seasons is Steve Nash, and he attempted like half as many shots. So for you to average 30 points on a 50-40-90 percentages back-to-back years, you could argue he's the most efficient scorer ever.
led to a higher rebounding average than Patrick Ewing, and it made him an
That's
impressively
nuts.
adept finisher in his younger years. 86, Bird dropped 47 points on the Blazers, playing the majority of the game
Left-handed.
left-handed.
Yep.
His lack of quick lateral movement meant that Bird didn't do much when it came to slapping the floor and picking up the opposing point guard, but his size and omniscience gave him the ability to body similarly sized players, read defenses like a free safety, and pick off passing lanes with ease. His passing was transcendent, and I'll highlight it later.
It's insane.
And of course you need to know that Larry Bird was a tough MFer.
Yeah, man. He got blood on his jersey there. Dear God. We got an ad, guys.
He had a superhuman motor and dove for loose balls like a
Oh my
beagle at
God.
the park.
The
He was
hustle,
a willing
man.
participant in his share of fights,
The hustle
often
is insane.
precipitated by his league-renowned trash talk.
Larry Bird told Robert Reedy the other stay there. He should have stayed in preaching. That was funny. He had 50 points.
I was guarding in my rookie year. He looked at me and he goes, "You can't stop me." And I looked at him and I said, "Gosh, boy, you're so confident." He proceeded to score like 10 straight points on me.
Clyde Drexler can't stop that, man. The glide.
He walks by and he's laughing at me.
He was a basketball genius. He'd be a step ahead, a thought ahead, play the game like a chess game.
I'd much rather guard Michael Jordan than Larry Bird because you have to play the game as a thinker when you're playing him. You have to get inside his mind.
If you put all of us in a room, you know, Magic,
That's an insane thing to say.
Jordan, myself, and Bird.
Wait, but it's
Bird probably be the guy
into
who
perspective.
walks out of the room at the end of the day.
Did you notice something during those testimonies? Those are some of the best basketball players of all time.
Didn't Isaiah Thomas say if Larry... Wait. I swear Isaiah Thomas said if Larry Bird was black, he'd be an average player. He'd be seen as an average player. I swear to God he did.
And they
Isaiah Thomas has said some wild things. He also said that Magic Johnson was gay because he thought only gay people could get AIDS.
all sing
He said some wild things.
Bird's praises like they were former assassins who had to go toe-to-toe with John Wick and they're just happy to be alive. Bird excelled during one of the most talent-rich periods in league history.
Yeah, that's true. 1988, you could argue, is like the most stacked year in NBA history. You had Magic, Bird, Jordan, Kareem, Hakeem, Barkley, Malone. Moses Malone. You just had a lot of great players. Isaiah Thomas, duh.
The list of his basketball rivals goes
Dominique Wilkins.
like this. Dr. J and Moses Malone on the Philadelphia 76ers.
One of the greatest teams of all time. Because they made the finals twice in the last 3 years with Dr. J in 1980 and 1982. And then they got the league MVP and Moses Malone to their team. That's like an underrated Kevin Durant type move, honestly. Like, they made the finals and they added the league MVP. And they became the faux Sixers because they asked him, how many games is it going to take for you guys to win the championship? He went faux. And they nearly did it. They only lost one game in the conference finals. They swept the Showtime Lakers in the finals. So, yeah, that's pretty good a competition.
Sidney Moncrief on the Milwaukee Bucks.
One of the most underrated players of all time.
Isaiah Thomas, Bill Laimbeer, and the Bad Boy Pistons.
One of the greatest teams of all time. We're going to react to them making the case for teams. We'll get to that eventually. But, yeah, one of the greatest teams of all time. Isaiah Thomas, top 5 point guard all time.
Dominique Wilkins on the Atlanta Hawks.
All-time great scorer.
Bernard King on the New York
Another all-time great scorer, underrated.
Knicks. Michael Jordan on the Chicago Bulls.
The greatest player ever. I'm arguing Larry Bird's the greatest player ever at this point. But, like, yeah.
Hakeem
The guy was averaging 45 points and they still swept him. If that doesn't tell you how good their team and Larry Bird specifically was, then I don't know what will.
Olajuwon and Ralph Sampson on the Houston Rockets.
Came the dream.
And of course, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the Los Angeles Lakers. Alright, there's no point avoiding it any longer. We have to look at Magic versus Larry. If you have Magic over Larry, it's because he has 5 rings to Larry's 3, had a peak that lasted about 2 or 3 years longer than Larry's, and had a 2-1 record against Bird's Celtics in the finals. Perfectly legitimate, completely respectable arguments. But in the interest of making Bird's case, allow me to retort. For nearly the entire decade of the 1980s, the Eastern Conference was irrefutably the more competitive conference between the two.
True.
Considering the competition, for Bird to have made 5 finals appearances is just as impressive as Magic's 9. As for the head-to-head record responsible for Magic's 2 extra titles, he had more help. Seriously, the Celtics' Big 3 and the Lakers' Big 3 get compared all the time historically as if they were of equal caliber, but weren't Magic's accomplices just a step above Bird's? No disrespect at all to Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish, but Kareem was the alpha dog on the 71 Bucks and was the best player for at least 2 of the Lakers' 5 titles.
That's true.
James Worthy was the #1 pick out of UNC after winning a championship as the best player on a team that had Michael Jordan on it.
I do think Larry Bird is better than Magic Johnson. Because if you think about it, they were the best player on the same amount of championship teams. They were both the best player on 3 championship teams, but Magic also has 2 championships as the second option behind Kareem. And I just think Larry Bird was a much more all-around player. I feel like the only thing Magic was better at Bird at was passing, really. Because Bird was a better scorer, defender, rebounder. And he wasn't, I wouldn't say, like, obviously he's not the better passer, but, like, he's not as far behind as Magic is in, like, from Larry Bird scoring, you know? So,
throw in the fact that Magic...
No disrespect to Magic Johnson. I have him, like, the 1 spot below Bird all time, like, 1 spot below, because he's amazing. We'll get to him next, and I'll be talking all his praises when we react to him, but, yeah. His highlight reel is insane, by the way. I think Magic Johnson has, like, the most insane highlight reel for anyone, like, pre-1990. His highlight reel is insane, but yeah, we'll get to him. But yeah, I have Bird just a little bit above Magic.
Got to be coached by Pat Riley, one of the most brilliant minds in basketball history, and you could say that the Magic Bird argument comes down to one thing: luck. So if their careers come down to luck, the question just becomes who you would rather take. Now, I'm not making this video to tell you why you shouldn't take Magic. I'm making this video to tell you why you should take Bird. Not just over Magic, but over everybody. One thing that helps him is the fact that his play would translate perfectly into the league today. A 6'9" sharpshooting forward with eyes in the back of his head who averaged double-digit rebounds in an era against Moses and Lambeer.
So basically Luka Doncic on steroids?
He'd gobble up boards as a power forward. He'd be an offensive mismatch against everybody as a small ball center, and his off-ball skills and passing would pair perfectly with the flow of today's game. Add in his competitive mania and 3 generations worth of medical advancements, and we're talking about a player who could have stuck around so long they would have had to rename the league. As you've been watching these clips of Bird, I would hope that you would notice something. He always knows where everybody is. Watching Bird play basketball is like...
Yeah, we talked about that in the Greatest Peaks video with his outlet passes, bro. His outlet passes make no sense. How he's able to do it so fast.
Like watching those monsters from a quiet place that know where you are if you make any noise at all. Bird had a level of clairvoyance that bordered on the unnatural. In '85, he ended up 1 steal away from a quadruple-double after playing just the first 3 quarters. His passing was famously infectious and helped transform the Celtics of the 80s into an ideal that basketball teams at all levels are still shown tape of. They moved the ball with precision and intent, always looking for better shots and determined to get the entire team involved in the effort. That fact is almost entirely attributable to Bird and his wizardry with the...
Yeah, Larry Bird, a very, very team-oriented player. Which, and with him also not needing the ball with all-ball stuff, makes him great for an all-time team and stuff.
This acumen also helped Bird become the only...
Really scales up, really helps, and he can really help. Like, other players, like, if you have an all-time... Like, a lot of people would argue if you have Michael Jordan on your team, then... What am I going to say here? Like, yeah, he's not, like, a ball-dominant player, which really helps in scaling up. Of like, no matter how good your team is, he's gonna really elevate your team even farther to win a championship. While the other ball dominant players, if you have a better ball dominant player on your team, then maybe they wouldn't help you as much as a guy like Larry Bird would, who's a really team oriented player like that.
Player with a GOAT claim to
that was such a simple sentence. It took me so long to say.
Transition successfully into other basketball roles after his playing career. In his 3 years as the head coach of the Pacers, Bird won a Coach of the Year award, coached the Pacers to their first and only finals appearance, and gave Michael Jordan as much trouble as he'd ever gotten in his career in the '98 Eastern Conference Finals.
We reacted to the '98 Jordan season.
Front office role for Indiana, he won Executive of the Year in 2012, becoming the only person to have an MVP, Coach of the Year, and Executive of the Year award. On the court or off of it, inside and out, Larry Bird sees basketball as only he can. That intelligence also lent itself to Bird's defining skill, making the big plays. Remember, NBA players get paid to win games. James Harden is getting paid nearly $40 million this year because he's supposed to help the Rockets win games. Victory can be achieved in a lot of ways, and the win column doesn't care how it happens. As Mark Sinclair once said,
"It don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning."
But when your team is down 1 in a crucial playoff game with 8 seconds left, and you need to hit a shot to stay in the series and keep your season alive,
Kobe.
That's where players really separate themselves and earn their money. Love it or hate it, it's the players that come through in the big moments that live forever in our memories. Some players, for whatever reason, were never able to do it consistently.
I love the commentary on that clip. Ewing, he drives. He missed. He missed. He missed. He missed.
Some players were truly outstanding at it.
It's good.
Larry Bird was the best
And the Blazers win the series for the first time in 14 years.
at it.
Bird. Why were the Celtics mics for their commentary so bad? I've heard other commentary from the 80s. It's not that bad, like the mic quality. But at the same time, that actually makes it better. I don't know, like hearing him just going crazy in this like Modern Warfare 2 headset, Xbox 360 headset mic, it just makes it so much more better. It makes it feel like so much more real.
I'm not going to give you the stats about his field goal shooting under 2 minutes with a score that's this close, or tell you who has the most buzzer beaters, or any of that.
Take that for data.
I'm just going to show you clutch moments in clutch situations. 1985 against the Blazers. Bird drops 48 points, including this. Down 1 with 2 seconds left.
Double teamed in the corner.
1985 against the Hawks. Bird sets the Celtics scoring record
60.
with 60 points with shots like these.
Makes the Hawks back going crazy. Oh my god.
1986 against the Rockets. Not all of Bird's clutch moments were singular. The bigger the moment, the bigger his performance.
Triple-double,
In Game 6
close
of
the
the
finals.
1986 NBA Finals, Bird clinches the championship with a triple-double in
Yep.
what he calls the best game he ever played.
2 seconds on the shot clock. Bird wants a 3 out of it.
1987 against the Washington Bullets. Bird hits one shot to tie it before it's waved off because of a timeout. Hits another shot to tie it up for real.
Crowd is standing up. It goes now to Bird. Bird goes up top.
And then in double overtime, down 1, he does this.
It's going to go to Bird. He's got a shot. Get it. And it's got it. The 3-point field goal. And that's that. It's
That's insane. That's just insane, bro. No. You don't even, it's like, you make a shot, gets waved off, just tell you, hey, bro. I'm pretty sure they said he told them, hey, bro, I'm just going to go here again. And he just did it, bro. He just did it. And then hit the game winner. Bro, three clutch shots in one game.
3 years, from 1986 to 1988, the three-point contest knew no other champion but Larry Bird.
Who's coming in second?
He's still going to drop one here quickly. 14. This is a tie for the money. Yo!
1987 Eastern Conference Finals, Game 5. Tied at 2 games apiece against the Bad Boy Pistons, this enormous game would put the winner 1 game away from the NBA Finals. The Pistons are up 1 with seconds remaining. The ball goes out of bounds off the Celtics. Isaiah Thomas just needs to inbound the ball to win the game.
Steal by Bird. That's insane. My man, you need to inbound the ball, and Bird was like, nah, bro. You're not inbounding this ball. He nearly went out of bounds. I'm surprised he didn't go out of bounds on this play, too.
Just
Look at
needs
this.
to inbound the ball to win the game.
He very nearly does not go out of bounds. Shout out to Dennis Johnson for making the layup, too. Very underrated player.
There are truly too many big games and big moments for me to go through without this ending up as a documentary. But that all leads me to this, what I really want to talk about. 1987, NBA Finals, Game 4 against the Lakers. LA is up 2-1, and the Celtics need to win to tie the series and stay alive. Bird hits a 3 with 12 seconds left to go up by 2.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that, man.
Kareem comes down and gets fouled with 8 seconds left. He makes the first, but misses the second. LA ends up with the ball with 7 seconds left, down 1 point.
Baby Skyhook.
Magic hits this, the baby skyhook.
Magic with a hook shot, scores with 2.
2 seconds left. Down 1.
Dennis Johnson on the inbound.
It should have gone in. It should have got in.
What do you think happens? I bet it wasn't that. When I paused the tape and the ball was hanging in the air, you thought it was going in. Bird thought it was going in. Magic thought it was going in. I've seen this game before, and I still think it's going to go in. But it didn't. Pat Riley said it himself. We got lucky. And that, a missed shot in the NBA Finals, is why he's the clutchest. Because after he makes the big plays, has the big games, hits the big shots.
You think he's going to do it every time?
Time again, you expect him to hit every shot, to win every game. And in those fleeting moments when he doesn't, when he looks like a mere human,
that's when he got a concussion in the middle of the game and came back. That was nuts.
He looks like everyone else who tries to do what he does. You just can't believe it. That's what Larry Bird did. He made the big plays so often, you thought he was going to make them every time. He helped turn basketball into a global phenomenon, paving the way for every Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, or LeBron James who comes through our lives. He played basketball in its purest form and captained a team that is consistently ranked among the greatest of all time. He has the second highest win percentage in the history of the NBA.
Behind Magic?
Behind Magic,
yep.
By less than 1/2 of 1%, about 10 games. He was the complete package, a player with no holes in his game whatsoever. They called him Basketball Jesus. He didn't get that name without doing something extraordinary. He saved basketball. And he did it by playing it better than anyone else. Here's Magic.
Do you know how good you have to be so that you literally save a sport? To literally be so good that you become so popular that you and as well as another guy save the sport. It really encapsulates how good you are.
In 1993.
Larry Bird said that there would be another Larry Bird one day. And Larry, there will never, ever, ever be another Larry Bird.
That's just great. I love seeing stuff like that. Just like have all these rivalries and stuff, but when you're both retired, we can fight on the court, but when we're both retired, let's just respect each other. I really love that.
The greatest basketball player ever, but more important, a friend forever.
I really love that clip. That's
a really fun.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's the end of that video. I really love that clip at the end. That's a really sweet clip between Magic and Bird. Yeah, I really love just after all the rivalries, them just coming together and like respecting each other and being more friends. Yeah, so that was making the case for Larry Bird, greatest basketball player of all time. Do you have Larry Bird as the GOAT? And if not, where do you rank him all time? Who are the few players that you would put above him? Because these are some of the greatest basketball videos on YouTube. So if you have not seen the original videos, please, I beg you to go watch them in the description because they're amazing, and then watch mine. Yeah, let's begin making the case of why Magic Johnson is the GOAT. So make sure to subscribe and like because it takes less time for me to say the words subscribe and like than it takes you to actually subscribe and like. So like I don't know what you're doing there by not doing that. So yeah, let's go.
Basketball is special. The size of the court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists.
Okay, this is kind of irrelevant, but like, could Shaq have like killed someone by doing this? Like, think about it, bro. If he landed on someone the wrong way, he could definitely kill someone by doing that.
Helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists. And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identities and signature styles through their creativity, flair, and athleticism. And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport. Who's the greatest to ever do it? For many, the question is redundant. They believe in only one right answer, their answer. Others might have their own personal stance, but acknowledge one or two alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness and more answers to it.
This is a
than you might
legendary
think.
series.
By my count, there are 8 players in NBA history that have a substantial claim as the GOAT. It's a subjective thing though. I can't give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for Magic Johnson as the greatest basketball player of all time.
Here we go, man. Magic Johnson.
The year is 1979. Professional basketball in America is at perhaps the lowest point in its history.
Larry and Magic
No
saving
one is
it.
going to games, the ratings are garbage, none of the players are very marketable, and the product is so bad that CBS isn't bothering to air playoff games live. Things look bad. Enter Irvin Johnson. Johnson bested Larry Bird's undefeated Indiana State Sycamores in the 1979 NCAA Championship.
Highest rated game ever.
An event that retains the highest TV rating of a game of basketball ever. When the Lakers used their #1 overall pick to make Johnson the first underclassman ever to be taken as the top draft choice, you have to wonder if they knew exactly who they'd just drafted. How could they have known that they had just drafted a player that would become an icon for their franchise, for their city, and for a generation of basketball history? They didn't draft Irvin Johnson, the prospect from Michigan State. They drafted Magic. Right off the bat, for whatever it's worth, Magic Johnson has the coolest nickname in NBA history.
It's true.
It fits him to a T and is really the name that everyone knows him by. It's not like his last name is superfluous, like with Kobe, LeBron, or Kareem. And it's not like his last name is eternally iconic, like Russell, Jordan, or Duncan. It's just
Magic.
Johnson came into the NBA and immediately injected it with life like he was an epinephrine pen. Magic's winning smile, charismatic interviews, and revolutionary play style introduced the league to a pulse and a personality it hadn't known since Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt Chamberlain actually coming next. But
Before
yeah.
long, he became the frontman of a team that would be known by its own distinct nickname.
Showtime.
Showtime. Like it was a piece of theater or art in and of itself. He was the lead man.
Every highlight I see of the Showtime Lakers, they really do be looking. They really look like the damn Harlem Globetrotters out there. Like, it's insane.
Of the most popular show in Hollywood.
Like, for you in the 80s to see this, like, it's insane.
In a city full of celebrities, he was the main attraction.
I could see
Not
why
only
they really popularized basketball at this. Same with the Larry Bird Celtics and Larry Bird, all his insane
Did
highlights
he
he
have the
was doing.
smile and personality to carry a name like Magic, but he also had the basketball aptitude to pull off a team called Showtime. What did he do with that aptitude? He won 5 championships,
5 rings.
a half-decade's worth, and appeared in 9 finals. Only Kareem, Bill Russell, and Sam Jones have appeared in more.
And now LeBron. Yeah, now LeBron. He's been 10.
He won 3 regular season MVPs in a span of 4 years, won 3 finals MVPs, made 12 All-Star teams,
Made 12 All-Star teams, and he also played, I believe, in 12 seasons fully. So he made an All-Star team every season, apart from the season when he came back.
and was selected to 10 All-NBA teams. And keep in mind that all of these accomplishments took place in a 12-year career, 11 if you want to mention his injury-shortened 81 season. Magic only spent 3 years of his playing career watching the finals from home. I spent more years trying to graduate from college than Magic spent not making the finals. His HIV diagnosis came right on the heels of a season in which he finished as the runner-up for league MVP, was selected to first-team All-NBA, and competed in the NBA Finals.
He was the second best player in the league. He was the second best player in the league behind Jordan and retired because of HIV. Like, he literally missed out on a good chunk of his prime.
Hyperbole or exaggeration to say that Magic's career was cut short while he was still 90%.
Maybe not team-wise, because his team was getting pretty trash at that point after they lost in the finals, but still.
As good as he'd
like individually wise.
Those 12 years were enough of a basketball pedigree, though, that even now, some 30 years later, he is still universally considered the greatest point guard of all time. A fact made both impressive.
Magic or Steph, leave in the comment section below. It's pretty controversial now.
and unfortunate considering how much more he had to give.
Yeah. Magic and Bird changing the NBA forever, even though Bird only played 13 seasons and Magic 12 is actually insane.
Still, Magic's career stacks up against
Well, actually 13, because you included 96 seasons.
anyone else with a claim to basketball's highest throne. And the legend surrounding Magic Johnson is rooted in the undeniable truth that Magic Johnson is the best passer in the history of basketball.
People have been arguing with me, man. People have been saying Bird's actually the best passer of all time. I'll show you some Bird passing highlights, but I think it's still Magic. I think Bird's the better player, but Magic's the better passer.
With the ball in his hand, he was no longer a basketball player. He became a force of nature.
Oh my god.
His movements became sublime and fluid. These passes aren't coming from Magic. I refuse to believe that any human could do this kind of stuff so routinely without divine intervention. These passes are coming from the basketball gods, and Magic Johnson became their instrument. To convince you, I shouldn't need to show you anything other than his ability, but the stats bear it out. Magic has the highest assist per game average ever,
11
and also
per
has the
game for
most
his career.
assists in NBA playoff history. Magic's skills has the most assists in NBA.
Who's on this list? We got John Stockton number 2, LeBron probably a bit higher now, probably like number 2 I think. Actually maybe not, maybe he's still number 3, I don't know. Jason Kidd, Tony Parker, Bird at 6, Nash, Pippen up there. Kobe Bryant at 9. People say he doesn't friggin' pass. That was like 5 assists a game, which is pretty good for a shooting guard. And then Jordan.
Playoff history. Magic's skills extended beyond just passing though. Too big to be guarded by traditional point guards and too quick to be guarded by slow-footed forwards, he created matchup problems every time he brought the ball across midcourt. His speed with the ball was unrivaled, and accompanied with his remarkable rebounding proficiency,
his passes are
was a
so
key
nuts.
feature in the Lakers' fast break offense. He was adept at finishing with either hand, something he did often thanks to his underrated first.
He had better handles than Bird, I'll give him that.
Years of practice by himself and with Kareem helped Magic develop a high post game that added yet another dimension to his offensive skill set. Magic was also
okay, Bird was obviously a better shooter, but I think Magic was better at randomly hitting half-court shots, which is a weird, a weird thing to say, but I've seen like 20 clips of him hitting like half-court shots or full-court shots, and I don't think I've ever seen Bird, I've never seen a clip of Bird doing that, which is kind of weird considering how Bird's a better shooter.
Also adept at picking his
just a weird fact I've
pockets,
noticed.
leading the league in steals per game twice.
Yeah.
This skill set is made even more impressive when you remember that Magic was the same height as Karl.
What did I just say? Again, he hit a full court shot. Look at
this.
this.
Even more impressive
What is
when
that?
you remember that Magic was the same height as Karl Malone. That might be my favorite thing about
That's
Magic.
insane.
That he was a true, authentic point guard who happened to be 6'9". It wasn't like with Tim Duncan, who played power forward but people say was actually a center, or how James Harden is listed at shooting guard even though he plays more like a point guard. Magic was an honest-to-God point guard who could also play every position on the basketball court. As an individual defender, Magic was capable, never a lockdown guy, but he was as versatile and as switchable as
a
they
neutral
come.
defender.
And with such solid rebounding numbers, there were no holes in Magic Johnson's offensive game. When I say that Magic immediately began making an impact on the NBA, I do mean immediately. His
Greatest Peaks video made a case for him being the greatest offensive player ever.
rookie year is still one of the most successful campaigns a first-year player has ever had. He took over the job as starting point guard and helped guide the Lakers to 60 wins and a berth in the NBA Finals, where the Lakers faced Julius Erving's Philadelphia 76ers. The series was competitive throughout, with each contest being decided by 10 points or fewer through the first 5 games. In Game 5, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the reigning league MVP and the Lakers' best player, badly sprained his ankle.
Game 6,
Kareem
greatest
was
finals
able
games
to
ever.
return and will his team to a 5-point victory,
Kareem should have been the finals MVP, though, for what he did the first 5 games.
putting the Lakers ahead in the series 3-2. With only one more win needed to clinch the title, Kareem was ruled unavailable for Game 6 in Philadelphia. Magic was then called upon to start the game at center and try to replace Kareem's 33-point-per-game average in the series.
This is the greatest single-game
Magic
performance of all
answered
time,
that
though.
call and delivered one of the most memorable basketball performances
42,
by
15,
any
and 7.
player ever. 42 points,
Yep.
15 rebounds,
rookie.
7 assists, 3 steals,
Nuts.
and a block.
Playing all positions.
All as a 20-year-old rookie playing on the road on basketball's highest stage.
Nuts.
For his efforts, Magic was named Finals MVP, the first and only rookie to win the award. In the years that followed, Magic's basketball journey would be inextricably linked to that of Larry Bird.
Yeah.
It's nearly impossible to talk about one without mentioning the other. In my Making the Case video for Larry Bird, I brought up arguments that could be used in favor of Bird's superiority. And because this is a video about Magic's claim of supremacy, I figure I ought to do the same for him.
Makes sense.
You first have to give credit to Magic for being the most decorated player during perhaps the most talent-laden period the NBA has ever seen. Including his finals opponents, Magic faced competition like Olajuwon and Sampson's Rockets, Tom Chambers' Suns, Mark Aguirre's Mavs, Isaiah Thomas's Pistons, Moses Malone and Dr. J's 76ers, Michael Jordan's Bulls, and Bird's Celtics. Magic's detractors might try to devalue his team's success by pointing out that he played for a remarkably talented team thanks to a brilliant front office.
But he made them great.
Because of his team's talents, these detractors say, Magic can't be individually credited for their success.
Which is true, but he made them
very
great.
Case, though,
He added so much to them.
That yes, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the best basketball player in the world for nearly the entire 1970s and had already led a team in Milwaukee.
Kareem was the better player for 2 of their championships than Magic. But Magic was the better player because Kareem played better in 80 and 85. He should have had 2 more finals. He should have had 1 more finals MVP as he won it. If he should have won it in 80, but they didn't give it to him. Partly because he wasn't there when they won the championship. Because Game 5, he was in LA, and then he sprained his ankle. And he just assumed because he wasn't playing in Game 6 that they just wouldn't win Game 6. So which was in Philadelphia. So he just stayed in LA to heal for Game 7, which was going to be in LA. So when they won the championship, he just wasn't there. So they didn't want to give the trophy to someone who wasn't there. So they gave it to Magic. So that's actually part of the reason he didn't win Finals MVP. Also because they wanted to, for the storyline, you know, him having the greatest finals performance of all time in one game. They gave it to him. But, yeah, Magic was the better player for 3 of the championships, though.
To a championship by the time Magic arrived in LA. Yes, James Worthy was one of the most polished and accomplished prospects to come out of college basketball in some time. And that's not to mention other
James Worthy underrated, so is Michael Cooper and Byron Scott.
Like Michael Cooper, Kurt Rambis, and Byron Scott, who all played outstanding basketball. I acknowledge all of that, but I'd argue that the greatness of the Showtime Lakers does not take anything away from Magic's abilities as a player or as a leader.
Dude, once again with the half-court shots, what I say?
It reinforces the fact that Magic is one of the most effective leaders basketball has ever seen.
That's true. For you to be able to keep together a team like that and have a peaceful transition to power from one GOAT tier player to the next is something unseen.
By the start of the 84-85 season, he had organically flourished into the alpha dog of the team and respectfully taken the torch from Kareem without a power struggle. It's one of the only times in NBA history that there was a peaceful transition of power from one player to the next. Pro basketball is like 15th century England in that sense. There are no peaceful transitions of power.
It's true.
The fact that Magic was able to earn the respect and commitment of his teammates, especially one of the most historically dominant players ever in Kareem, is a testament to Magic's greatness.
Do you guys think Magic is better than Kareem all time?
Beside the departure of Norm Nixon, the Lakers' previous point guard, there were no ugly breakups. Cooper, Rambis, Scott, Worthy, and Kareem all retired at one point or another as Lakers. If you won't believe me, listen to the words of Bill Simmons, former ESPN columnist, current CEO of The Ringer, and noted Boston sports supporter who grew up rooting against Magic. Simmons says, he's the single best leader in the history of the sport. Nobody extracted more from teammates, whether it was an all-star game, a mundane affair in December, or any playoff game. It's also important to note that Magic was ready to win right from the get-go. Like I said earlier, he won Finals MVP as a rookie and finished as the runner-up for regular season MVP in his final full year. Unlike nearly every other player who's ever laced him up, there was never a year where Magic's productivity dropped below his eye-popping, jaw-dropping standards. 12 years of Magic Johnson means 12 years of top shelf, undeniable, incomparable greatness. Magic's critics might say that he didn't score enough, that his defense was too suspect to be considered the greatest, or that his play wouldn't translate into the league today.
The only one I really agree with there is the defense.
To all of that, I'd argue that one of the best things about basketball is how many different ways there are to win. You can be a 6'3" sharpshooter like Steph Curry and revolutionize the game, a 7'1" behemoth like Shaq who dominates the league, or anything in between. There are so many viable ways to play the game that have all resulted in championships, MVPs, and the like. Magic's play style allowed him to control the game with a vice grip and tailor it to his specific brand of basketball. What's a player supposed to do when it comes to how the game might evolve in the future? When people talk about the way Magic played, they sometimes talk about it almost like it's a kind of historical casualty. That bewilders me. What Magic did worked really well.
True.
Why should he have done anything different? Magic changed the NBA for the better. He was the first positionless player, someone who broke the mold and opened the basketball-watching public's eyes to the possibilities of letting great players do what they're great at, rather than just fulfilling the traditional roles of their size or position. As the game...
Yeah, he was a true... Yeah, having been the first 6'9" point guard, like, truly started the positionless basketball movement decades before it actually became like a more common thing.
Evolves more and more into a positionless sport, Magic's influence and value only become more and more apparent. His Showtime Lakers also became one of the first teams to make the game of basketball aesthetic. The speed, athleticism, and skill we all enjoy today is due in part to Showtime and Magic Johnson. In my video about Larry Bird, I gave him a lot of credit for saving the NBA, and deservedly so. Larry was a pioneer of basketball and contributed immensely to the explosion of the game's popularity.
True.
But for every breath of fresh air that Larry
Also
contributed, Magic did the same. You can't talk about one without the other because it was the rivalry between the two that really saved the league.
True.
The fact that they competed against each other in such a high-profile game in college,
greatest rival in
nearly
history,
polar opposite personalities, were of different races, played for the two most historic teams in the country, and met each other multiple times in the finals, all cements theirs as the defining rivalry of the NBA. Despite the differences in their personalities, though, their games were remarkably similar. Team-first, success-oriented mindsets and proclivities for passing were trademark features of both their styles. Those styles met
These
three
passes,
times in the
bro,
finals,
like
each
both of
in
them, it's just
legendary
nuts.
fashion. Magic would have the last laugh, though, with 2 championship series wins against Bird.
True.
By the time the 1987 finals, their last series against each other, rolled around, Magic had developed a killer instinct and flair for the dramatic matched only by his rival. In Game 4 of the series,
87 finals, Magic, eventually got the best of Bird.
With the Lakers leading
with the baby skyhook
2-1, Magic all but iced the series with the most legendary shot of his career.
The baby skyhook,
Down
man.
1 with seconds left in a raucous Boston
Made up for Tragic Johnson in '84.
Garden,
with this.
Magic ripped the heart.
This is the comeback
out
with
of
Tragic Johnson.
Every Celtics fan with his baby sky hook.
Magic with a hook shot, scores with 2. And the Celtics trail by 1 with 2 seconds to go.
It was the moment of the '87 finals and the shot of Magic's career. He capped
Over both Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish, bro. That's insane.
off the most
Imagine being able to shoot over Kevin McHale long-ass
remarkable
arms.
season of his career by vanquishing his most intense rival for the second time in 3 years. Bill Simmons described how momentous the shot and ensuing championship win was for Magic's legacy. Not even the biggest Celtics fan on the planet could deny it any longer. Magic Johnson was just as exceptional as Larry Bird. This point is echoed by Bird himself in a clip I'll leave you with. After the game, Bird remarked how impressed he was with Magic's performance and ability as a basketball player. It's only an 11-second clip, but there's a moment in it that just strikes me. There's a split second where you can see the disbelief in Larry's eyes as he tries to come to terms with the fact that the game, and likely the series, is over. In that second, you can almost see him ponder all of the work he put in during the season. all the games he played and the shots he took, all in the hopes of getting a chance to beat his old rival. And then he has to reconcile the fact that that old rival got the better of him, plain and simple.
Man, the Magic versus Bird comparison is so unbelievably close, it's actually insane. Like, it's actually insane how close it is, sometimes. I think I'm still going with Bird, but it's so unbelievably close.
Bird wasn't alone in having to reconcile being beaten by Magic Johnson. Magic still maintains the highest win percentage for a career in NBA history. It's the same thing countless players and coaches had to come to terms with during Earvin Magic Johnson's 12 magical years with the Los Angeles Lakers. Here's Bird, summing it all up with a look.
Magic's just a great basketball player. He's the best I've ever seen, you know. Unbelievable. I don't know what to say.
All right. So, in the comment section below, let's have a discussion. Who do you think is better, Magic Johnson or Larry Bird, and why? And if so, do you think either of them are the GOAT? And if so, why? Well, that video has made the case for it, but, you know, explain your reasoning for things. Let's have friendly discussions in the comment section about stuff like this, because this is really interesting. And now we're on to his making the case video. So, the Bill Russell-Wilt Chamberlain argument is really close. I could definitely see an argument for both sides. The last video we making the case for Wilt Chamberlain, we argued why he was better. And now we're arguing for Bill Russell. Now, I am with the belief that I think Bill Russell is better than Wilt Chamberlain. I actually think Bill Russell might be the most underrated player ever. By a lot of the newer school fans. Not by, like, I feel like a lot of people, old schooler fans, more appreciate Bill Russell. But I feel like a lot of new school fans say, oh, he was overrated or something. But I actually think Bill Russell is a top 3 player of all time. Big controversy there. See if you guys think that's a stupid take or not. But I don't think it is. And we're going to be arguing why he's the GOAT. 26-minute video, so sit back, relax, because it's probably going to be pretty long, especially with all the time I pause and stuff people complain about. Alright, also make sure to subscribe and like, because it takes more time for me to say the word subscribe and like than it takes you to actually subscribe and like. And yeah, let's go.
Basketball is special. The size of the court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists.
Favorite sport.
And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identities and signature styles through their creativity, flair, and athleticism.
DeAndre.
And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport: who's the greatest to ever do it? For many, the question is redundant. They believe in only one right answer, their answer. Others might have their own personal stance, but acknowledge one or two alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness and more answers to it than you might think. By my count, there are 8 players in NBA history that have a substantial claim as the GOAT. It's a subjective thing though. I can't give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for Bill Russell as the greatest basketball player of all time.
Bill Russell, man, let's go. The music is legendary.
Imagine what I'm trying to do. I'm speaking to the most data-driven, analytically obsessed, statistically fixated generation of basketball fans that has ever lived. And I'm not just speaking to you, I'm making the argument that the greatest player of all time is one who, rather than scoring in high volume or with top-notch efficiency, excelled at defense, an aspect of the game that went virtually unrecorded for this player's entire career.
He would have won like 10 Defensive Player of the Year awards.
The most advanced metrics still provide an incomplete picture of. More than that though, this player excelled in the wrinkles of basketball, manipulating the fabric of the game into his own design. This player is remembered for his unparalleled ability to lead, to inspire, to foster cohesion and self-sacrifice in favor of loftier goals, to dance along the line that blurs team and brotherhood. These empirically irrelevant skills resulted in the most successful professional sports dynasty in North American history. To begin making Russell's case, I want you to remember these
How did I just voice crack when making a sound? I didn't know that was even physically possible, but it just happened.
legendary words from NFL head coach Herm Edwards.
You play to win the game.
You play to win the game.
You play
It doesn't matter
to
who
win
you are,
the game.
what your abilities are, what level you're playing at, what kind of sport you're playing, or who you're up against. You play to win the game. Remember that as we talk about Bill Russell. You play to win the game. Because when you look at sports and competition at its fundamental level, it is that simple. So, did he win? Hell yes, he won. In his 13 NBA seasons, Bill Russell captured 11 titles, more than any other professional
It's
team.
insane. It's people. It's such a big number that it's sometimes hard to like comprehend. Like he literally won nearly double Michael Jordan.
Athlete of note. 8 of them came consecutively. I'll come right out and say it. If you want the GOAT conversation to be about winning,
bro.
Oh yeah, this guy had a great career, but this other guy just wanted to win more. This guy wanted to win more than anything. That's why he's better. I want winners. If that's the way we're gonna do this, then you have to crown Bill Russell. But was Russell an awe-inspiring athletic specimen? Nope. For that kind of player, you look to guys like Wilt and Shaq and LeBron. Was he a transcendent?
I do think he kind of undervalues Bill Russell's athleticism in this video because he was 6'10" and he was one of the highest leapers in the entire world. Not even just people who were like at his height, like in the entire world. He was 6'10". So I do think he does undervalue his athleticism here, but
score like
still not on the level of Wilt athletically. But
I said earlier,
still was able to win so much more.
Players like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar were in another stratosphere in that department. Here's what Bill Russell was. He was a natural athlete at 6'10". He glided across the court with the balance and grace of a 6'3" guard. Vertically, he was springy and had the uncanny ability to seemingly jump twice in the same instant. He was strong, but surprisingly lean and gangly, 220 pounds of all arms and legs. He had a level of anticipation and awareness that was second to none. Put it all together and you get the second highest rebounding average of any player ever. You also get the most domineering defender in basketball history. Historically, Russell was a basketball pioneer in an almost literal sense. In high school and college, he was told constantly that to be a great defender, you had to keep your feet on the floor at all times, so as to afford yourself the most maneuverability possible. Russell refuted these ideas, and instead leapt emphatically to meet defenders around the rim and block their shots into the arms of his teammates. Guys from back then described Russell as an almost nightmarish entity, someone who would lurk in plain sight and strike without warning. He would wage psychological warfare on his enemies through intimidation and exude an aura that demanded an equal amount of fear and respect. He could guard behemoths at his position like Wilt and Nate Thurmond, but he could also switch onto guards with an insignificant drop in proficiency. Moreover, at the NBA level,
that was a lot of long words in one sentence. An insufficient drop in proficiency.
With Red Auerbach's help, Russell became the linchpin in the Boston Celtics' patented fast break.
That's a big way of saying he didn't get worse.
Offense. Russell would contest a shot, secure the rebound, and push the ball forward to his streaking teammates so as to attack a defense on its heels. I know that doesn't sound like much today. The fast break is a part of every offensive system in the NBA and has been for decades. But Russell deserves credit as being the anchor of the NBA's most prolific defense and for being the cornerstone of an innovative offensive system.
Isaiah Thomas, I saw something that Isaiah Thomas, when he was doing the fast break as a child, they called it a Boston.
Wait, Bill Russell was an innovative offensive player? But I thought he had sub-average offensive numbers. His shooting percentages weren't very good. He didn't average that many points. What are you getting at, Clayton? The truth, my good man. But seriously, free your mind from the idea that a great offensive player can only be the guy who puts the ball through the net. Russell's court vision and passing ability were the keys to the engine of the Boston offense. You don't care though. His stats weren't good, and that's that. So let's talk about statistics. The important statistics in basketball are supposed to be points scored, rebounds, and assists. But nobody keeps statistics on other important things. The good fake you make that helps your teammates score. The bad pass you force the other team to make. The good long pass you make that sets up another pass, that sets up another pass that leads to a score. The way you recognize when one of your teammates has a hot hand that night and you give up your own shot so that he can take it. All of those things. Those were some of the things we excelled in that you won't find in the statistics. There was only one statistic that was important to us. Won and lost. Whoops, sorry. I slipped into first person there because I was reading a Bill Russell quote.
I love that quote. Yeah, just what he just said. Yeah, that really shows Bill Russell's like character stuff. Just so selfless and stuff. Just doing all the things that weren't in the stats, but just helped his team win so much.
As if my job wasn't hard enough, stats like steals and blocks, defensive stats, didn't start getting recorded until the mid-70s. The only stat I can give you is defensive win shares. Games that a team won that can be attributed in part or in full to a player's defensive contributions. No one has yet to come within even 80% of matching Bill Russell's 13-year career total in that category. And now
surprise Karl Malone's
back
up
to
there.
winning. The most important virtue of an athlete, right? It's how this debate always goes. 3 rings is more than 2. 5 rings is more than 3. 6 rings is more than 5. So why isn't 11 the largest number? I'll tell you why. There are 3 main reasons that people don't acknowledge the most decorated champion of all time as the greatest of all time. In the order I'll talk about them, they are that Wilt was better, that his era was weak, and that his team was stacked. First up, we have his friend, rival, and antithesis, Wilt Chamberlain. The careers of Wilt and Russell overlapped for about 10 years, and in those 10 years, the two became harbingers of the NBA as we know it. Their friendship, play styles, size, and championship disparity
the ultimate rivalry
painted
there.
the two as inverses of each other. They are immortalized together as 2 sides of the same coin.
Polar
Because they
opposites.
played in a bygone era, many basketball fans take to all-time leaderboards and the pages of record books to gain a better understanding of these 2 men. Statistically, the comparison is a no contest. Wilt was and is a basketball anomaly. Wilt scored the most points in a game ever, had the most points in a season, remains the league's all-time rebounder, logged the most rebounds in a game, and so on. And not only did Wilt set all of these records, but he put the bar so far out of reach that we'll see colonies on Mars before we see all of his records surpassed.
That's
How
insane.
do I even begin to suggest that Russell is the superior basketball player? Russell played in the same era, and so you'd think he would benefit from the same era advantages like Wilt did. But where Wilt averaged 30 points a game, Russell averaged just a paltry 15. Their field goal percentages are similarly lopsided. Only in rebounding do the two seem comparable, with staggering averages and untouchable career totals. There's really no argument, right? Well, the two played 143 total games against each other. That's almost 15% of all the games that Bill Russell ever played in. In the 94 regular season games they went head-to-head, Russell's team won 57 times. In the 49 playoff games that they saw each other, Russell's team won 29 times. But hey, those are team records. Even looking at the box scores of those games and playoff series show that Wilt got his no matter what. Surely there must be some way to award a player for his individual expertise. Something like the MVP award, the most valuable player, the player who adds the most to his team and gives them the best chance to win, regardless of the players that he plays with. That should be worth something, right? Especially considering that, until 1980, the MVP award was voted on by the league's players. If Russell's teams were so unfairly stacked, surely his peers would see this and understand that he was simply the beneficiary of a rigged system, right? And they'd give Wilt the award year in and year out because he was the best individual, right? Right. Look, Wilt won 4 MVP awards during his career. But it's not as many as Russell. Russell won the NBA's most prestigious award, signifying the most valuable individual talent in the NBA, 5 times. The rest of the NBA looked
That
at
really
the Boston
says something.
Celtics, however talented they might have been,
It's
and
not Bill Russell
recognized
as the
that it was
MVP.
Bill Russell who made them tick, and they
Yep.
had no problem voting him over Wilt. You want to know Russell's favorite award that he ever won in the NBA? His 1962 NBA MVP award. Why? Because that was the season Oscar Robertson averaged a triple-double.
And Wilt averaged 50.
It was the year that Wilt averaged 50 points
Yep.
a game. Russell averaged 18 points and 29 rebounds.
29
Wilt's Warriors would
rebounds.
take
Oh
the
my
Celtics to a Game 7 in that year's playoffs, only to lose in the game's dying seconds. Russell held the Wilt Chamberlain that had averaged 50 points that season to just 28 in the most important game of the season. And in the finals, the Celtics would find themselves...
Okay, holding someone to 28 points doesn't seem that impressive, but when they're averaging 50, like, so you hold them to like 56% of what they were, so a little bit over half. That'd be like holding LeBron this year, who averaged 30 points, to like 17. And that's really impressive.
in another Game 7 against the Lakers, this time in an overtime period that would decide the champion. Sam Jones and Bill Russell combined for 9 points in overtime, giving Boston their 4th championship in a row. Russell would end the game with 30 points and 44 rebounds. And
my
now I'm going to
God.
let you in on a little secret. I wasn't alive to see Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain. There's a level of context I'll never have because I didn't live through that era. So why don't we hear from some of the people who did? Jerry West, Chamberlain's teammate from 1969 to 1973, said, "I don't want to rap Wilt because I believe only Russell was better, and I really respect what Wilt did. But I have to say, he wouldn't adjust to you. You had to adjust to him." 1975 Finals MVP and Hall of Famer Rick Barry said, "I'll say what most players feel, which is that Wilt is a loser. He is terrible in big games. When it comes down to the closing minutes of a tough game, an important game, he doesn't want the ball. He doesn't want any part of the pressure. It is at these times that greatness is determined, and Wilt doesn't have it." Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in 1990 wrote this, an open letter to Wilt Chamberlain. "It's been several years now, Wilt, that you have been criticizing my career with your friends in the press. After any tough test in which you didn't do well, you blamed those around you and quit. People will remember that I worked with my teammates and helped us win. You will be remembered as a whining crybaby and a quitter, stats and all." Stories about—
What a quote by Kareem there. I love that quote by Kareem. Like, that is, oh my God.
About Wilt's infatuation with statistics. From correcting
That's a mic drop if I've ever
to
seen
scolding
one.
teammates for not making baskets that would have counted towards his assist totals. In 1965, the Warriors felt that Wilt was toxic and decided to trade him. One of the prospective landing spots for the Big Dipper was none other than the Los Angeles Lakers, where Jerry West and Elgin Baylor desperately needed someone to throw at Russell. The Lakers management decided to poll the players on whether the team should trade for Chamberlain. The poll resulted in a 9-2 decision against bringing Wilt to the team.
Wow.
Is it fair to call Wilt a loser? No. But did he make his teammates better? Rarely. Wilt played—
We saw the Greatest Peaks video where he was talking about, Wilt Chamberlain has like the highest shots to pass ratio of anyone in NBA history.
in 9 Game 7s. Russell played in 10. Wilt lost 5 of his. Russell never did.
10-0 in Game 7s. We saw in the highlights video, he said he was 21-0 in winner go home games.
Okay, but
Nuts.
back then there were like 8 teams. Nobody was very tall. There was just a bunch of scrawny non-athletes. Russell couldn't hold Joel Embiid's jock strap today. If you abide by the he was good for his time but he couldn't hang today mindset, I need you to be consistent. I need you to acknowledge that across the board. You've painted yourself into a corner that states that the greatest athlete will always be the newest one. That Aroldis Chapman is historically a greater baseball player than Babe Ruth, because Chapman would smoke Babe Ruth like a dad playing wiffle ball with his son. That if someday the NBA implements a 4-point shot, you immediately have to look at Steph Curry and say, yeah, he was a good shooter for his time, but he couldn't cut it today. His era was easier. If he played today, he'd just be an average shooter.
I guarantee you, the people who are saying these things about older generations say the new players are so much better. In like 10, 15, in like 20 years or something, when they're older, they're gonna be going, oh, the guys in my era LeBron and Curry would smoke these guys in the new generation, because that's what every generation does. Wilt said that his era was tougher. People in Jordan's era say their era was tougher. Every era just thinks they're the best era.
In that world,
which I think is just fucking stupid.
No one will ever hold the crown for long, because time will pass, and modern athletes inevitably age into ancient ones. So isn't the fairest way to evaluate these players to look at what they did in the context of their eras? I think so, because I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Everybody had era-specific advantages.
It's
great
true.
Players are great because they exploit them. Alright, let's try to get some context. I think that Russell's 11 championships actually hurt him historically in this way. It's such an incomprehensible number that it just lends itself to people trying to poke holes in it or find ways to discredit him. 11 is just too big of a number, right? Jordan has 6, and we know the stories of all 6. We can remember who LeBron and Kobe beat to win their championships and what it meant to them. It's hard to do that with 11, and it's even harder to do that when they happened in the ballpark of 60 years ago. I briefly touched on 62, so here's a little more context for you. After 8 straight titles for Boston, Wilt and the 1967 76ers put the league on notice. They won a league record 68 games and disrupted the Celtics' streak in just 5 games. They put the ribbon on their season weeks later when they won the championship. And then, the very next year, the 76ers entered the playoffs with the best record in the league. Wilt led the league in assists and won the MVP. When they met the Celtics in the Eastern Finals, they racked up a 3-1 lead. And then, as player-coach of the Celtics, Bill Russell engineered the greatest comeback basketball had ever seen.
First ever 3-1
the first
comeback.
team to ever overcome a 3-1 deficit.
Over Chamberlain.
Wilt did not attempt a field goal in the second half of Game 7.
That is nuts.
Russell did damn near everything to ice the game in its final minute. 1966 was Red Auerbach's last year. He began the season by telling his contemporaries that this was their last shot to beat him. After defeating the Oscar Robertson Royals and Wilt 76ers, the Lakers and the Celtics went the distance in the finals. In Game 7, an inspired Russell helped fend off an intense Lakers rally in the final period, tallying 25 points and 32 rebounds to send his coach out as a winner. Go look up his teams. You'll see that 1965 was Russell's best team. You might think it was easier back then, though, because Russell was playing against a bunch of nobodies. And you've got me there. He only had to go through Elgin Baylor, Wilt Chamberlain,
All-time great.
Jerry
All-time
West,
great.
Hal
All-time
Greer,
great.
Dolph
Great player.
Shays, Oscar
775.
Robertson, Willis Reed,
All-time
Nate
great.
Thurmond,
All-time great. All-time
Walt
great.
Frazier, and Bob Pettit.
It's all-time
You know,
greats there.
A bunch of nobodies.
Bunch of nobodies,
The fact
yeah.
is that the weak era argument is, more often than not, an excuse made by people who want to discredit a player from before their time who can't be bothered to look them up and try to learn about them.
100% agreed on that. I hate that, man. I 100% agree with that statement there. Old era arguments are made by people who are too lazy to learn about different eras.
Listen, I know it's crazy to think about how long basketball's been around. I know it's crazy trying to convince you that the first truly great player from the game's first truly great era was the greatest of them all. The odds that the first model was the best model are astronomical. It doesn't make it impossible, though. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that 8 teams actually made the league tougher, or that players from back then were just as good as they are today. And I don't have to. We're looking at this in context. The league was chock full of Hall of Famers and all-time greats, and the Celtics played in enough Game 7s that any rational observer would look at it and see that it wasn't easy for Russell. But wait, there's more. Because it wasn't just that Russell played in a weak era. He played with the better team every single year. If you didn't know, I've actually already made the case that Wilt was the greatest basketball player of all time. And I said this: Bill Russell consistently had better teammates than Wilt Chamberlain did. That's as good as a fact to me, and I will maintain it even when I make the case for Bill Russell. So here I am saying it. Bill Russell often had the best team in the NBA. And that makes sense, right? You don't win one championship without a great team, let alone 11. And Russell had a great team, a legendary coach, and talented teammates. Bob Cousy was the league's second MVP ever, and John Havlicek helped lead the Celtics to 2 more titles in the 70s.
Underrated.
Plus, guys like Casey Jones, Bill Sharman, Frank Ramsey, Tommy Heinsohn, and Sam Jones are all in the Hall of Fame. But is it that simple? Like I said earlier, the players voted on MVPs during those days, and Russell won 5 of them. So, however stacked his team might have felt to the rest of the league, they still acknowledged that Russell made it all work. And look at those Hall of Famers that Russell played with and how many championships they won. There's no way the Hall of Fame could leave these guys out.
Yeah, so my theory, like the Celtics, people say, oh, they had like 8 Hall of Famers. No, they had a few Hall of Famers, but a lot of these guys got in the Hall of Fame because they were good players. Not great players, but just good players, and also on a team that won like 8 championships. Like, you look at a guy like Frank Ramsey. If he was on another team, would he be a Hall of Famer, or is he in a Hall of Fame because he has 7 goddamn championships? Like, you know.
So was it that Russell was actually playing alongside a 12-man roster of Monstars? Or were those guys Hall of Famers because they played alongside Bill Russell?
Yep.
I would argue that he had the better team all those years because those teams all had Bill Russell. He never cared about anything other than winning. He put himself and his teammates in position to win time and time and time again. I know I keep repeating the number, but 11 championships. That's not a fluke. That's a team galvanized by a once-in-a-generation talent and a once-in-a-lifetime leader. There's no evidence that indicates that the Celtics would have enjoyed anything close to the amount of successes they did without Russell. The year before they got Russ, they were 39-33. The year after he retired, they were 34-48. Russell would throw.
Missed the playoffs the year before they got Russell. They get Russell 13 seasons, won 11 championships. The year after he retires, they missed the playoffs.
Up before big
Nuts.
games throughout his career. It was a ritual that his teammates initially found unsettling, but eventually came to find a serene confidence in. Bill was setting an example. Their best player, despite all of the honors that he had won, and all of the champagne he had drank, still cared that much about winning. That's maybe the most impressive thing to me. He never rested on his laurels, never used past accomplishments as justifications for anything. He withstood the test of time and the temptations of self-interest. He never stopped caring, and so his teammates didn't either. So when Sam Jones hits a game winner, or Tom Heinsohn explodes in a playoff game, don't take credit away from them, but know that they are the ones who will tell you that it was Russell who made it all possible. Please don't make me keep going. Fine.
Here we go. We got an ad.
Bill Russell was cut from his high school JV team in his sophomore season. He was raw,
Wow,
lacked
I didn't know that.
fundamentals, and was driven by unrefined passion alone. Then, as a junior and senior, he led the team to back-to-back state titles. Colleges didn't care though, and he didn't receive a single offer from any college.
Damn.
That is, until a scout from the University of San Francisco saw him and offered him a scholarship. In his 3 varsity years at USF, Russell helped turn a relatively unremarkable team into a perennial powerhouse. He went 71-8 and won 2 national championships.
Every team he touches just wins.
His junior year, the Dons started the season unranked. By the end of the season, they were the #1 team in the country and the national champions.
Every team he plays for just
Year,
wins.
the team went undefeated and carried the #1 ranking wire to wire. At one point, USF had a win streak of 55 games.
Oh my
Of
God.
the players on that team, only Casey Jones would go on to the NBA and, ironically, to play with Russell. Bill Russell is basketball Midas. Every team he touches turns to gold. And oh, by the way,
Damn.
Bill Russell's career coincided with the civil rights movement
Yep.
of the 1960s in a truly surreal way. He endured a disheartening amount of injustice during his career with a grace and pride that is worthy of remembrance in and of itself. But he did more than that, using his position to challenge the establishments around him and affect change.
Just as
He was a
impactful off
leading
the
voice
court
at
as
the
he was on
Muhammad
it.
Ali Summit in Cleveland.
Yep.
He was at the March on Washington and in attendance for Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. He didn't attend his own Hall of Fame induction because he thought that someone like Chuck Cooper deserved to be the first African-American inductee rather than himself. He was denied rooms in hotels and service in restaurants on basketball road trips. And so he refused to play. When Red Auerbach retired after the '66 season, Russell became the first black head coach in any of the 4 major American sports. While he
Wow.
was playing for the Celtics, vandals broke into his suburban home, spray painted racist graffiti on the walls, broke his trophies, and defecated on his bed. His
To go through all of this and still be so impactful is actually nuts. Yeah.
contributions to the civil rights movement are as important.
Yeah, the reason why he has his number retired league-wide now is because of his things off the court combined with his things on the court.
And notable as
100%.
any other athlete. He helped light the torch that athletes today continue to carry. Does this necessarily make him the greatest player of all time? No. But when you think about what he was able to accomplish, I don't know how you could be anything but awestruck. What is greatness? It's a question worth discussing, even if there are multiple answers with equal validity. One answer might be this, that greatness is the absence of potential. Bill Russell couldn't control how tall he was, or how much muscle mass his body could support, how fast he could run, how quickly he could jump. There are a host of things that might hinder or accentuate an individual's potential. Greatness is when, at the end of the road, you can look at that individual and say with certainty, there is no more potential. Every ounce got drained, every possibility exhausted. The tank got emptied, and the fight got fought. There was simply nothing left. That's a form of greatness worth celebrating. Bill Russell didn't dominate basketball. He conquered it. He ruled the sport for 13 years. Any uprisings or revolutions were succinctly quelled. There is perhaps no term more aptly suited for the totality of what he created than the word dynasty. He was
Just look at this picture, man. That's
the greatest
insane.
defender basketball has ever seen. He steered basketball into the modern era. He created a culture from scratch. His loyalties did not belong to fans or the media or to Boston. his loyalty belonged to the Celtics. There is such a thing as a Platonic idea, named after the philosopher Plato. Take, for instance, a chair. You know what a chair is. You have in your mind the idea of a chair. They might look different, be made out of different material, and serve different purposes, but a chair is recognizable because you have the Platonic idea of a chair. You might have heard this term used to describe friendships. A platonic friendship is one centered around the very essence of friendship itself, not romance or sexual gratification or convenient utility, but simply because you enjoy being in that person's company. Bill Russell, more than anyone, unlocked the platonic idea of basketball. And I think in a big way, that's why we love sports. Sports is one of the most organic and compelling storytelling devices that we have ever found. Sports tell a story, and in that story, we hope to find pieces of ourselves. In the platonic idea of basketball,
this is a beautiful
we find
video.
things like compassion, selflessness, solidarity, resiliency, and triumph. There's one last thing that sums it all up: the 1969 finals. It's Russell's last year, and the Celtics are running on fumes. They finished the season 48-34, their worst record since they drafted him. Still, they roll through the East and find themselves matched up against the Lakers, with Elgin Baylor, Jerry West, and Wilt Chamberlain. The Celtics are massive underdogs. Finally, Russell's most bitter rivals will reach the top of the mountain and send him out a loser. But Boston won't go down without a fight. The series goes to 7 games. Every game but one is decided in the single digits. Russell's scoring days are over. These days, he leads his team by cleaning the boards and setting up his teammates. In Game 7, his swan song, in Los Angeles, Bill Russell and the Celtics did what they always did. They found a way, and they won.
Man, this is just beautiful, man.
Here,
this is a great video.
After cementing himself as the greatest basketball player of all time, is the platonic idea of basketball.
Yes, I'm here with Bill Russell. Bill, this must have been a great win for you. Exactly.
I think this has to be my favorite making the case video. I mean, this was just beautiful. This was great, man. Like this, yeah. Bill Russell is so great. Conquered the entire sport, 13 years, and conquered any team that ever beat him, which there were only 2, he didn't beat them back. And he just did everything he possibly could do. There was nothing else you could have asked from him. Nothing else you could have asked. Okay. So that was the end of that video. Yeah. Great video. Tim Duncan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. And now we're doing with Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. So starting off with Wilt Chamberlain. 23-minute video. Making the case that Wilt Chamberlain is the GOAT. We reacted to the Greatest Peaks video, which argued that Russell actually has a strong statistical case over Wilt. And we watched both of their highlights. So we're going to see if this can convince me that Wilt Chamberlain better than Bill Russell. Because right now in my list, I would have Bill Russell over Wilt Chamberlain due to Wilt Chamberlain not being a clutch performer in the playoffs and his style of play not really being as much as a team player that leads to more wins than Bill Russell. But we're going to see if there's a good argument with this. If you don't know, I've already seen the Making the Case series, so this is not a first-time reaction. So this is just me giving commentary and, freshening up on some things. And hopefully getting some discussions in the comment section on that. So, yeah, let's begin.
Basketball is special. The size of the court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists. And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identity.
Everything he explains here in the intro to the Making the Case series is why basketball is my favorite sport.
And signature styles through their creativity.
I like the way the ball dribbles off the court.
Flair. And athleticism. And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport: who's the greatest to ever do it? For many, the question is redundant. They believe in only one right answer: their answer. Others might have their own personal stance, but acknowledge one or two alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness and more answers to it than you might think. By my count, there are 8 players in NBA history that have a substantial claim as the GOAT. It's a subjective thing though. I can't give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for Wilt Chamberlain as the greatest basketball player of all time.
For me, Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell are the 2 most interesting players to learn about. Their stories are like so insane for me. I don't know. There's everything about them. So I'm really hyped for this. Let's go.
Wilt. The single most dominant physical force basketball's ever seen. That's the case, right? First, I tell you that Wilt Chamberlain was and remains the most outstanding anomaly of physical superiority that has ever played basketball. Then I tell you about how his era-specific advantages didn't exist, and that Bill Russell had better teammates, which is why he won so many more championships than Chamberlain. That's how the Wilt Chamberlain argument always goes. If I follow that script beat for beat, I'll be making a video that's already been made 100 times. So let's write a different script. We'll hit some of the same notes and see some of the same landmarks, but maybe we can end up somewhere we haven't been before when it comes to Wilton Norman Chamberlain. Where did Wilt come from? I don't mean where did he grow up, I'm not making a biography. I mean, what did basketball know of Wilt before he stepped into his first NBA game in 1959? We know about the hype surrounding LeBron, Jordan being taken 3rd in the draft, Magic and Larry's college rivalry, and I think it's important to know and understand what Wilt was before he became the Big Dipper. Wilt was the first basketball superstar. Coming out of high school, he had over 200 colleges vying for his commitment,
George Mikan.
a level of attention completely unheard of for a high school prospect at the time. He committed to the University of Kansas, largely because of head coach Phog Allen's deep ties with James Naismith, basketball's inventor. Of course, freshmen weren't normally allowed to play on varsity in those days, so during his JV season, the NCAA introduced sweeping changes to rules like offensive goaltending and inbounding violations to try to mitigate what they perceived as a threat to the competitive balance of the game.
There's this video of Wilt Chamberlain arguing why he's better than Michael Jordan, and it was at the NBA 50 event in 1996, and he told Jordan, until until they change the rules to make it harder for you to dominate, then then you can't be on the same level as me, basically, is what he said to me. Because they literally had to change the rules to try to mitigate this guy, because he was so insane.
They even introduced rules that would prevent Wilt from dunking the ball from the free throw line for his foul shots after they got wind that he was doing so in summer scrimmages.
That's insane.
And so began the influence of basketball's Goliath, a name fit for Chamberlain not just because of his size, but because of the danger that he seemed to pose to the game's very foundations. Despite the new regulations, in Chamberlain's first varsity game, he scored 52 points and grabbed 31 rebounds, single-game records for Kansas that still stand today. His first varsity season concluded in the NCAA championship against the undefeated University of North Carolina. The matchup was broadcast on an unprecedented number of radio and television stations, due in large part to Chamberlain's mythical status. The Jayhawks fell to the Tar Heels in triple
Bro. This footage, I've seen footage of Wilt, bro. Oh my god. This is archived footage. This is really interesting to see, even if it looks like it was, even if it literally looks like I could have drawn something more in better quality than this.
Overtime, despite Chamberlain's best efforts.
It's still so interesting to see.
For which he was named the tournament's most outstanding player. And so the seeds of Wilt Chamberlain's enduring basketball legacy were planted. An outstanding player who put forth Herculean efforts and gave us superlative performances that were nonetheless negated by losing. After one final year at Kansas, Chamberlain joined the Harlem Globetrotters in order to earn money for himself until he became eligible to enter the NBA. In 1959, Wilt joined the Philadelphia Warriors. By the time he retired in 1973 with the Los Angeles Lakers, Wilt had changed basketball more than any player before or since. Here are some of his records. Highest PER for a highest career PER. The NBA's all-time leader.
We're gonna be here for an hour if he needs all of them.
Fifth overall in total defensive win shares, second all-time in
too many
points in a game, most rebounds in a game.
He has the record book.
Highest rebounds per game average for a season. Unofficial most blocks in a game. Rebound per game average.
He has more records than records he doesn't have.
Wilt holds more records than anyone else in basketball. If someday in the future, every tape of basketball is destroyed, and all of the media and commentary about the game is lost, leaving us with only the record books, people will come to the conclusion that Wilt Chamberlain was far and away the greatest basketball player of all time.
If you shop...
You got an ad.
On top of his records, Wilt won 4 MVPs, 3 of which came consecutively and 1 of which came in his rookie year. 2 championships, with 1 Finals MVP award. He would have won in 1967, but the award didn't exist yet. He was selected to 13 All-Star teams and 10 All-NBA teams. His resume would have been even more impressive. But things like Defensive Player of the Year and All-Defensive teams didn't exist back then. His career accolades are certainly impressive, and they place him deeply into the conversation as the GOAT. But the funny thing about Chamberlain's records is that each of them comes with this kind of baked-in asterisk or caveat. Okay, he averaged 50 points for a game for a whole season, but that was back when there were no other players of his size. Or sure,
I hate that
he
argument.
averaged that
It's
many
so
rebounds,
stupid.
but back then the pace was totally different, so they came more easily.
I mean, that's true.
We'll get into those caveats about Wilt's era in a second, but isn't it funny that Wilt is the only player whose stats get scrutinized so thoroughly?
For real.
We as basketball fans are so obsessed with stats and scoring, but when it comes to Wilt, we overlook so much of what he did. We love it when players score, more than anything. Oh, Michael dropped 55 on the Knicks after he came back from baseball. Kobe scored 81 in a single game. But when it comes to maybe the most talented and natural scorer the game's ever seen, we look for ways to discredit him. He dominates the tops of the records so often that I think we've developed a sort of mental filter where we ignore his name and look at everyone else's. For so many of the players that have a case as the GOAT, I find myself...
That's true. Like, I feel like sometimes when I look at who has the record for something, I just kind of assume it's Wilt a lot of the time. Like, that's crazy that you can just assume it's someone, and that person is still not considered, like... People will be having Wilt outside the top 10s and shit. Like, it's insane.
Having to justify the fact that they don't have the best stats of all time. But with Wilt, I find myself having to justify his stats because they're too good. To understand how he was able to achieve such eye-popping stats, let's talk about what a superhuman athlete he was. While he was at Kansas, Wilt was a superb track and field athlete. He excelled at a number of short-distance sprinting events, competed in the shot put and triple jump, and won the Big 8 conference in high jump every year he attended Kansas. Arnold Schwarzenegger once described working out with Wilt Chamberlain.
I think Wilt Chamberlain is the greatest athlete I've ever heard of. I've never heard of an athlete that's more like versatile and so amazing at so many different things than Wilt Chamberlain.
You trained with Wilt Chamberlain?
Yeah. Wilt Chamberlain would be in the gym. We eventually ended up doing a movie together.
Yeah, Conan.
Conan the Destroyer, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I was a big fan of his because he came to the gym and he would do a tricep extension that, like, the big guys, the strongest guys, would do, let's say, 120 pounds, let's say, tricep extension, pulling down, right? He would come and he would do 150, 170 pounds, Wilt Chamberlain. That's how strong he was.
They always said he was by far the strongest person who's ever played in the NBA.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember that he lifted me up like with one arm like nothing.
Along with Jim Thorpe, Wilt Chamberlain was the preeminent athletic talent of the 20th century at over 7 feet tall. Had Chamberlain lived in another time, they would have built statues and temples to him. And on top of all of it, he was a tremendous passer and led the league in assists in 1968. That season, he finished with 702 assists, just 2 fewer than Ricky Rubio's ever racked up in a single season. As far as his basketball...
Do you think is the greatest passing big man of all time, or you give that to Jokic?
Skill set. Wilt's biggest flaw was his infamous free throw shooting.
Yeah.
Definitely a deficiency, but not one that I think mars his overall prowess. Some of his success and records surely came from the era that he played in. Basketball was dramatically different in the 60s and early 70s when Wilt was playing. Back then, there were more field goal attempts, which resulted in more points and available rebounds.
That is true.
And back then, the average player wasn't nearly as athletic as the average player today.
True, but vastly over-exaggerated.
Sure, there were other big centers like Walt Bellamy and some others, but Wilt was decades ahead athletically and had an advantage in nearly every game because of that.
Why is it his fault that he's fucking the most athletic guy in the league? Of course he's decades ahead athletically, that's why he was the best. I think
So that's it, right?
That's a stupid argument.
Wilt was ahead of his time athletically, competed against scrawny white guys
Not
in
all
a
times
faster era
athletically.
that made stat inflation easier. If you were to take a 27-year-old Wilt Chamberlain and put him in the league today, he'd be just another good player who kills it on the glass, like Andre Drummond.
Hello.
No. For one, the advantages of Wilt's era help make sense of how he was able to set such unbreakable records, but it doesn't detract or excuse the fact that he was actually able to accomplish them.
For real.
Second, yeah, a 27-year-old Wilt Chamberlain straight from 1964, if you plucked him up and put him into the league today, would have been a great player. Would he be an all-time great? Maybe, maybe not. But you're giving him more credit than you think you are when you say that. Imagine you instead took a 13-year-old Wilt Chamberlain and brought him up as a player like every other great prospect. Now he gets to take advantage of 60 years worth of advancement in nutrition, exercise regimentation,
Scales up.
recovery science, transportation, and equipment technology, especially the advancement in shoes. You know that they used to play basketball in Chuck Taylors, right? You'd be giving Wilt Chamberlain the opportunity to capitalize on his most valuable attributes. That Wilt Chamberlain would be an all-time great any way you want to look at it.
It's true, man.
And finally, yes, Wilt took advantage of the inefficiencies of his era. But isn't that what everyone does? Every player has era-specific advantages that they use for their benefit. What's Steph Curry supposed to say? You know what, guys? I know that the game today revolves around three-point shooting, and I'm really good at three-point shooting, but it just gives me too much of an advantage, so I just won't take as many. Of course not. Take advantage of your advantages.
Yeah.
It's what great players do. All of this stuff
It's
I'm
true.
saying might not
It's
even
true.
matter to you. You might be sitting there with your arms crossed saying, nope, Wilt Chamberlain can't be the best because he played in the past. And I didn't see him, so he can't be the best. And honestly, I get that. As sports fans, we want to see the best. It's why we watch. What fun is it to admit that the best player your sport's ever seen started his career the same year Alaska was admitted into the Union? It happens in everything. Music, film, sports. It's the struggle between nostalgia and recency bias. But just because it might be a bummer to admit that you didn't see...
And eventually, if you, like Wilt Chamberlain, with him being so long ago, he's eventually just getting to the point where most people don't even have nostalgia because most people that are watching basketball weren't alive to see Wilt Chamberlain. So now he doesn't have either nostalgia or recency bias on his side, so he's just getting boned.
See the best doesn't mean it can't be true. So why can't a player from the past be the best? I'm sure a lot of you, though, might be willing to concede that a player from that era could be the best, but you wouldn't say it was Chamberlain. I'm sure some of you are saying it's his rival, Bill Russell. Russell won 11 championships in 13 years compared to Wilt's 2. Russell was described as the ultimate competitor and as a leader who time and time again inspired and enabled his teams to succeed. And that brings us to the crux of Wilt Chamberlain's case.
Here we go. So now we're going to get into the Wilt Chamberlain versus Bill Russell debate.
History says that Wilt was the ultimate athletic specimen who excelled in every physical sense, but who had a critical lack of killer instinct. According to his reputation, Wilt was missing the leadership abilities and intangible mental qualities that are required to win.
To be fair, if Wilt Chamberlain played today, he would be getting cooked by the internet for not winning.
Wilt is remembered as someone who chased stats, was a bit of a head case, and could never figure out exactly what it was he wanted from basketball. Because of that reputation, Wilt remains an intensely polarizing player. So if I want to make the case that Wilt was the greatest basketball player of all time, I have to find a way to assuage the idea that he never had what it took to be a winner. To do that, I want to use Bill Russell as his analog, because they played in the same era and because Russell represented everything Wilt couldn't be or do. They're remembered as inverses of each other and embody contrasting ideas. Team versus individual. Defense versus offense. Me versus we. And ultimately, winning and losing. But why are they remembered as representing things?
So, like, him and Bill Russell and Magic and Bird are the greatest rivalry in NBA history because they're just so perfect. Because Wilt and Russell are legit polar opposites of one another. And same with Magic and Bird. But Magic and Bird also, their games were so similar in a way. while also being so completely different. He was insane.
Things
yeah.
so starkly.
Two best rivalries in league history
Again,
there.
because they're from the past. They're practically myths and legends at this point. There's less footage of them than there is of other great players, and because the narrative became easy to write as their careers went along. David beat Goliath, and nobody roots for Goliath. But was the fight even fair for Goliath? For starters, Bill Russell consistently had better teammates than Wilt Chamberlain did. That's as good as a fact to me, and I will maintain it even when I make the case for Bill Russell. Wilt played with great players in his career, but Bill played with Bob Cousy, a league MVP, John Havlicek, who went on to lead the Celtics to 2 titles in the 70s.
Very underrated, John Havlicek.
Sam Jones, a 6-time All-Star and master in the clutch, and other Hall of Famers like Tommy Heinsohn, Casey Jones, and Frank Ramsey. And of all the great players that Wilt played with, he usually caught them at the beginning or the end of their careers. Aside from notable exceptions like Jerry West and Hal Greer. Obviously, it's easier to be a better teammate when you have a better team, but I think that the most important factor that Russell benefited from, even more than his teammates, was the leadership afforded to him by his head coach, Red Auerbach. Red was one of the most forward-thinking minds to pass through the NBA and is still on the Mount Rushmore of head coaches. Of the Celtics' 17 championships, Auerbach was a pivotal piece in 16 of them, either as Boston's coach, general manager, or president. He drafted Chuck Cooper, the first African-American, into the NBA, and hired the first black NBA head coach in Bill Russell.
Someone commented on this, and I thought it was a really interesting take because I've never seen it before. That they say a big reason why the Celtics were able to be so good and win so many championships is because obviously the 60s segregation was still a thing and stuff. So and there was big discrimination. The Celtics were one of the teams, or Red Auerbach was one of the people who were willing to draft black players, because a lot of teams, like Bill Russell, were drafted by the Hawks, but they had an all-white team, so they traded him for 2 white players. So the Celtics being more open to getting black players was the reason they got some of the best players, because they weren't being racist and just going and they were actually judging off a basketball talent, not just the color of their skin, which is the reason why they were able to get good players like Bill Russell, Sam Jones, and things like that. Obviously, they also had he was also just a great GM, and Bill Russell was so great that he made everyone better. But I thought that was an interesting take I saw there.
Red was an intense, competitive coach who adapted his methods to suit his players. In his own words, if you have some great potential players, there are 2 things. 1, you help make them great. 2, you devise a method of play that is suitable to their talent. And that's the thing that I think Wilt lacked more than anything. A coach who could lead him, tell him what to do and how to do it. Wilt was a prideful guy, and he cared about what people thought about him, which is one of the most natural and human things to care about. Of course, the thing that most people knew Wilt Chamberlain from was basketball, and as a basketball player, Wilt was constantly ridiculed by the media for not winning championships every single year. As he began to develop this...
Same with LeBron. I think LeBron is the modern day Wilt Chamberlain in that way, bro. Just like, I don't know, like how LeBron randomly switched his position to actually be the full-time point guard and averaged 10, led the league in assists, and also previously winning a scoring champion, and then he led the Lakers to a championship, and also how he choked in the 2011 finals while being the best player in the world. I feel like that's Wilt Chamberlain's best modern day comparison. I like how the media sees him, except it's less the media, more like Michael Jordan fans.
Reputation of a loser, he started scoring more points so that he could say, well, look, I scored all these points, I got all these rebounds, I did my job. And so he became known as a selfish scorer. And what did he do? He led the league in assists. What do you think people said about him then? That he was stat obsessed. And so goes the legacy of Wilt Chamberlain. Wilt needed a coach who could help him channel all of his abilities into a winning style of play, no different from guys like Kobe or Michael. I'd argue that if Wilt had played for a great coach like Red Auerbach for his entire career, he would have experienced every modicum of success that Bill Russell did. I promise I didn't just pull that theory out of my ass. I'm arguing that because it happened twice. The 2 seasons that Wilt won it all, 1967 and 1972, were marked by the influence of outstanding coaches on Wilt's game. Alex Hannum coached Wilt for 3 full seasons, in 1964 on the San Francisco Warriors, and in 1967 and 8 on the Philadelphia 76ers. When Hannum was hired by the Warriors in '64, he inherited a team that was beginning to unravel. The franchise had been sold during the season and relocated from Philadelphia to San Francisco, leading to the retirement of veteran scorers Paul Arizin and Tom Gola. As a result, Wilt shouldered the scoring burden and averaged 44 points and 24 rebounds a game,
As you do.
believing that doing so
You know,
was
just
the
casually average 44 and 24, you know?
only way to keep the Warriors competitive. The effort was in vain, though, as the team lost over half their games and missed the playoffs. And so, Hannum went to work, changing the team's approach and trying to implement strategies that would lead to winning basketball. By May of that season, this was the headline in Sports Illustrated.
New Wilt Chamberlain, meet the new Wilt Chamberlain. Pro basketball's greatest scorer, changed his styles and became a complete player this season. The result is his team winning in the West.
The article describes Chamberlain as exactly the kind of player you would hope he could be. He was scoring less, depending on and trusting his teammates, was defending at a high level consistently, and doing all of the little
Look at
things,
this block,
trusting
bro.
his teammates,
Look at this block.
was defending at a high
I think snatch blocks are the most underrated aspect of basketball. I think they're just as humiliating as a
level
poster.
consistently, and doing all of the little things that led to the team's success.
I think because I like watching defense. I don't know, I'm weird.
By all
That's like, a lot of people don't like, I don't think that's a weird thing. Not many people like watching defense. It's
accounts,
weird.
that change was due in
I love
no
watching
small
defense.
part to Hannum's influence. Unlike every coach before him, Hannum had stood up to Chamberlain, and in doing so had earned the superstar's respect. When Hannum stressed the importance of team play and defensive intensity, Wilt listened. The result was a 17-game improvement from the year prior and a trip to the end.
I think the best argument for Wilt Chamberlain is saying that Wilt Chamberlain had the best basketball talent of all time. He just wasn't used correctly for a lot of his career, which is what he's arguing right now. And the time it was used right, he led the league in assists and, you know, led the Sixers to the championship, and then the Lakers,
NBA Finals,
72.
all with a team that had barely changed in personnel. For the first time in his career, Wilt Chamberlain, the player who could do anything as a player, was learning how to play. The following year, the franchise found itself in financial trouble, and the owner traded Wilt to the Philadelphia 76ers for cheap players and cash. Wilt won 55 games with the club in his first full year there, and by the following season, Hannum had been hired to replace Dolph Schayes as head coach. Philadelphia started that season an unprecedented 46-4. By the end of the season, Wilt had averaged just 24 points a game, the lowest he'd had at that point in his career, to go along with nearly 8 assists and 24 rebounds a game.
24, 24,
6
and 8.
players on Philadelphia had
Nuts.
point averages in the double digits. Wilt's abilities hadn't changed, his approach had. That Philadelphia team finished the regular season with 68 wins and 14 losses, the best record the NBA had ever seen. After dispatching Oscar Robertson and the Cincinnati Royals, Wilt found himself facing a familiar foe in the Boston Celtics. But with superb teammates and an outstanding coach, Wilt led the 76ers past Boston in just 5 games, ending the Celtics' 8-year reign as champions. In the finals, Wilt defeated his old team, the San Francisco Warriors, in 6 games to claim his first championship and cap off.
I'm pretty sure I've heard a quote somewhere that Wilt said, where he said, "We were one of 2 teams to ever beat the dynasty Bill Russell Boston Celtics. If I'm a loser, then who the hell is everyone else?" I swear I've seen that quote before. If so, it's a good quote.
Off the most outstanding professional campaign the NBA had ever seen. A year later, Wilt led the NBA in assists, en route to a league-high 62 wins. After a 7-game loss in the playoffs in the Eastern Finals, Hannum retired, and relations between Wilt and the 76ers ownership had soured. He then demanded a trade to the Los Angeles Lakers. With the Lakers, Wilt was saddled with coaches Butch Van Breda Kolff and Joe Mulaney. Not exactly household names. The Lakers had good seasons under those coaches, but were never able to climb all the way to the top of the mountain. Bill Sharman, a hard-nosed, no-nonsense coach, took over in 1972. That season, the Lakers went on to win 33 games in a row, a record that still stands.
Insane.
That Lakers team finished with a record of
Skyhook.
69-13, surpassing the mark set by Wilt's 76ers 5 years earlier.
Look at this.
In the playoffs, they lost just 3 games on their way to the championship. Jerry West said of Sharman, he told us he thought that if we played the way he wanted us to, that we
And the thing about
could beat anybody. He got us to believe that right away, and he did it without raising his voice once all year. As for Wilt, he was simply the guy that got us here.
So I was gonna say that what was I gonna say? Oh, Elgin Baylor. So Elgin Baylor, one of the greatest, most underrated players in NBA history. He never won a ring, except for I think he won this one in technicality because he played 7 games in the season, then retired, and then they went on to win the championship and go on a 33-game win streak after he retired and stuff. So he technically has a ring, but he doesn't really have a ring.
So there you go. That's my case. Wilt was a victim of pressure and a lack of consistent quality coaching.
I can definitely see the case here, man.
You might be saying, but Clayton, what about college? Wilt lost that UNC game under Fog Allen, and that proves that he's fundamentally a loser. And that's where you're wrong. Because guess what? Wilt never played for Fog Allen. Allen turned 70 at the end of Wilt's freshman year, and 70 was the mandatory retirement age for state employees in Kansas at the time. They appealed it, they lost, Allen retired, and Wilt didn't get along with his replacement. In Wilt's entire career, he had exactly 2 great head coaches on 2 different teams. Both times, he turned in seasons that broke records for wins and ended in championships. So much for not being a winner. I know it's a
I like that.
But if you'd given Wilt a coach like Red Auerbach for his entire career, he'd have the most decorated resume in NBA history.
Look at that reach, man. He's like on top of the backboard.
But remember, we're not talking about the greatest resume. We're talking about the
Greatest
greatest
player.
basketball player of all time. And by just about every metric that exists, we're talking about Wilt Chamberlain. One last quote from Chuck Klosterman. Russell possessed intangible greatness, which means sport writers can make him into whatever metaphor they desire. Russell was the central figure for a superior franchise, so history suggests he was the greater, more meaningful force. His wins validate everything. If you side with Chamberlain, it seems like you're siding with the absurdity of numbers. But consider this question. In an alternative universe and with a different attitude, could Chamberlain have been Russell? Probably. Could Russell have ever been Wilt? Never. No chance. Chamberlain is the only human who could have ever been Chamberlain.
I like that quote. That's a good quote, man. That's a good argument. Ooh.
Hi, thanks for watching.
Ooh, okay, I like that quote at the end. Okay. I thought this was a really good video. I think that was a good thing for a good case for Wilt Chamberlain after the last video that claimed for Russell. And we watched the Bill Russell video that claimed for Russell. Yeah, okay, so have a discussion in the comment section below. Do you think Wilt Chamberlain's the GOAT, or do you think he's better than Bill Russell? Making the case for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the greatest player of all time. I want you to write in the comments, where do you rank Kareem as all time? Do you have him as the GOAT, or like, where did you just rank him among the GOAT candidates? And do you think he's the greatest center of all time and stuff? Make sure to subscribe if you want more stuff like this. And we're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year, which we're not on pace to do. So you gotta make sure you subscribe fast and like, so I know that you like watching stuff like this, and comment so I know if you have any suggestions or something you'd like for me to do, that I know, instead of you just thinking it and then be mad like, bro, why isn't he doing what I like? Well, it's not. I could have just asked, bro. Okay. Yeah. Let's begin.
Basketball is special. The size of the court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists. And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identities and signature styles through their creativity, flair, and athleticism.
This intro explains why basketball is my favorite sport.
And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport. Who's the greatest to ever do it? For many, the question is redundant. They believe in only one right answer, their answer. Others might have their own personal stance, but acknowledge one or two alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness.
By the way, if you don't know, I've seen this already, by the way. I've seen the Making the Case series. I have not seen the Greatest Peak series or a lot of the highlight reels that I watched, so So if you want to watch first time reactions, go watch those videos. But this one, I've seen them making the case series before, but I'm just looking over it to get an overall look at the in-depth after I watch the highlights and the greatest peaks and give some commentary on it.
Greatness and more answers to it than you might think. By my count,
there
are 8 players in NBA history that have a substantial claim as the GOAT. It's a subjective thing, though.
Do you guys... Okay, so I know it's pretty controversial that he did not have Kobe Bryant as one of the players he made making the case video on. Do you guys agree with that? Do you think Kobe Bryant should have had a making the case video?
I can't give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the greatest basketball player of all time.
Music is elite.
What's the case for Kareem? Well, what do you want the case to be? I mean that honestly.
Everybody
looks for something a little different when it comes to evaluating the greatest of all time. Are you the type of person who wants a player with enough rings for 2 hands and an overflowing trophy case?
You got him.
Look for guys with transcendent peaks who dominated their era?
You got him.
How about someone who could extend their career over a long period of time?
You got him.
Whatever it is that you want out of
Shout
your
out
GOAT,
Dirk.
Please direct your attention to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Mavericks.
I usually like to get a little more creative than just he did this, then he did this, then he did this. But that's how I'm going to start the Kareem case, because his legacy involves a lot of things that happened away from the hardwood, and this is the easiest way to go through them. So let's begin with our superhero's origin story.
Hype. NCAA champion, 3 straight years, 67, 68, 69. And I believe he could have won it 4 straight years, but they weren't allowed to play. Freshmen weren't allowed to play on varsity.
When it comes to our heroes, I think there are usually 2 types of beginnings that we love more than anything. The tale of the underdog who overcame the odds to become a household name, and the prodigy who is deemed the next chosen one and delivers on every ounce of promise. Kareem's story is of the second kind. In high school, Ferdinand Louis Alcindor Jr., Lou Alcindor, drew comparisons to Wilt Chamberlain. He torched the New York City high school basketball circuit and quickly became the most coveted basketball prospect in the nation. By the time he declared for college, Alcindor had lost just 6 games out of 102. His senior team was recognized as the greatest high school basketball team of the 20th century.
He looks real out of place here.
You can imagine how ecstatic John Wooden must have been when he heard that Alcindor had declared to become a UCLA Bruin. As was the case back then, college freshmen were barred from competing on varsity teams. And so, at the beginning of the year, Alcindor and the freshmen scrimmaged against the varsity squad that had just repeated as national champions. Alcindor notched 31 points and 21 rebounds. The freshmen won by 15. On December 3rd, 1966, Alcindor began his collegiate basketball career in earnest. He scored 56 points in his first game, UCLA's single-game scoring record still to this day.
Bro.
On January 14th, just 12 games into the season, the Saturday Evening Post echoed a question asked 11 years prior about another of basketball's most revered figures.
Wilt and Kareem, 2 players thought to have broken the sport.
There was a genuine fear that Alcindor was too good, that the sport of basketball would suffer from a lack of compelling parity so long as he played it. The question was well-founded. By the end of the season, Alcindor had led the Bruins to an undefeated record, won the national championship, and claimed every relevant Player of the Year award that existed. The NCAA had already seen enough. Shortly after UCLA's championship win over Dayton in 1967, college basketball's governing body banned the dunk, a rule that would stand until 1976. While the NCAA gave various explanations as to why they chose to ban the dunk now, most observers knew that the rule was instituted with one person in mind. The rule became known as the Lou Alcindor rule. It took a teenage Lou Alcindor just 30 games to change the way that college basketball was played at a fundamental level for nearly a decade. Something else took place in the summer of 1967 that would shape Lou Alcindor's legacy just as much as the ban of the dunk. In June, many professional athletes of color met in Cleveland at Jim Brown's request in order to discuss whether they would support Muhammad Ali's refusal to be drafted into the Vietnam War.
Bill Russell here too. We gotta add here. Looks like some good-ass pizza, but we're gonna have to skip the ad, sorry. Sorry, Little Caesars.
Of those who convened at the summit, 4 athletes sat at the foremost table. The NBA's elder statesman, Bill Russell,
Rest in peace.
Ali himself,
Rest in peace as
legendary
well.
former NFL running back Jim Brown, and Lou Alcindor. Here were the preeminent figures of their sports, legendary men who had all endured lives of hardship, and next to them sat a 20-year-old, an amateur in solidarity. Throughout his childhood in Upper Manhattan, Alcindor had experienced prejudice not just because of his height, but because of his race. An infamous incident involving his high school coach was just one instance that had strengthened Alcindor's resolve to become a civil rights advocate.
The use of the word was, you can't allow the idiots, I mean, there are idiots that ever can't allow those idiots sitting way up in the stands to look down and say you're playing like a nigger. There are very few things that I regret doing in my life. That's one of them.
He did not call me a nigger. I've never said that, but the word did come up in the conversation, and it had a very negative effect on me.
At that summit, college
imagine.
basketball's brightest star signaled to the world that he was indeed more than an athlete. His virtuosity as an athlete was never in question, though, as Alcindor's junior season cemented him as the sport's most talented amateur. The team lost just one game en route to another championship and another Most Outstanding Player award for Alcindor. But Alcindor's second championship was
Look at this angle, bro. What is this? Look at this guy, bro.
greeted with little talk of what a fantastic talent he had proven to be, overshadowed by his attendance at a November meeting during which West Coast athletes met to discuss a potential Olympic boycott. The meeting included Tommy Smith and John Carlos, athletes who ultimately would participate in the Olympics and give us this iconic image. After the media got wind that this meeting had happened, Alcindor was interviewed, and his patriotism, loyalty, motivations, and influences were all brought into question and condemned. Alcindor was painted as a traitor, someone who was spitting in the face of the country that had done so much to improve his life. Never mind the fact that the same country still allowed landlords to racially segregate neighborhoods as a matter of law. He received death threats and hate mail full of racial epithets. These did nothing to deter him from his activism, participating in student protests and attending multiple civil rights rallies. But Alcindor, already a shy, reserved, and introspective person, developed a deep mistrust of the media. He worried that they only wanted to use him and his name for their own interests and agendas. He would carry that skepticism with him well into his professional career. For as talented as he was as an athlete, he refused to be defined by his fame. The scrutiny also did nothing to hinder his basketball mastery. Another year later, Alcindor found himself in possession of a third championship ring and another trove of accolades as college basketball's most outstanding player. In his 3 years as a varsity player for the Bruins, Alcindor won 3 national championships and was the National Player of the Year 3 times. In 90 collegiate games, he lost twice.
Oh my god,
He is the greatest
bro.
college basketball player of all time.
No
And to
competition.
pretend otherwise is, to me, akin to denying the curve of the earth.
That was insane. Peak. NBA MVP 71, 72, 74, 76, 78, and 80. Dominated the entire 70s.
In the 1969 NBA draft, the Phoenix Suns and the Milwaukee Bucks, the worst teams in the league, flipped a coin to decide who would have the first pick. Here's a video of Phoenix's front office being told that they would be denied Lou Alcindor's basketball talents.
That is tough.
With his 7'2" frame,
Distraught.
Alcindor could use his size and stature against just about every center in the league, save for guys like Wilt and Nate Thurmond. He didn't have the mass of a guy like Shaq, so he played a game that was based on a surprising amount of finesse. Watching his younger years, you're struck by how fluid and maneuverable he was at his height, combined with a level of athleticism that has been lost to time. He boasted speed at his size and an incredible endurance, taking physical beatings nearly every night. He was a remarkable passer, even leading the 75 Bucks in total assists. His defense was prodigious, earning him 11 all-defensive selections in his career. He had a soft touch around the basket and held total command in the post, aided by his signature shot, the most unstoppable, impregnable shot in any player's arsenal ever. The skyhook.
Yeah.
The ban of the dunk during his college career had yielded an unintended consequence. Alcindor was forced to hone his skills away from the rim, resulting in a shot that was nearly automatic. The shot was efficient, simple, effective, and has never been replicated. There's so much to talk about with Kareem, and I can't feasibly go through every year of his career and pick out all of the stats and accolades that show just how much ass he kicked, so we have to stick to the important stuff. Like when he won his first MVP in his first championship. In his second year in the league.
Second season, bro.
Alcindor and a just past his prime Oscar Robertson went toe-to-toe with Nate Thurmond, Jerry Lucas, Wilt Chamberlain, Jerry West, Elgin
A lot
Baylor,
of great players,
Gus
man.
Johnson, Earl Monroe, and Wes Unseld. All Hall of Famers to win the title. In that entire postseason, against all of those Hall of Famers, the Bucks lost 2 games. Just
Insane.
2 weeks after his 24th birthday,
One of the best
he
teams
won
ever.
Finals MVP
71 bucks.
after slapping the Bullets with 27 points and 18 rebounds a game on 60% shooting in a 4-game sweep.
Insane.
Lou Alcindor became a champion before Jerry West did. The day following the championship, Lou Alcindor officially changed his name to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, having privately converted to Islam during his time at UCLA.
Here we go.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar proceeded to kick so much ass during the 1970s that I'm amazed he didn't break his feet. He was unassailably the league's best player from the moment he stepped onto the court in 1970 through to the very end of the decade. The gap between him and the league's second best player was as expansive as it's ever been for any player. In 10 seasons, from 1971 to 1980, Kareem won 6 Most Valuable Player awards, more than any other player has ever won. For the decade of the 70s, he averaged a 28, 14, and 4 with another 3.5 blocks and 1.2 steals a game on 55% shooting. Aside from his injury-shortened 75 season, he was an All-NBA selection every year and made 8 All-Defensive teams. The only thing missing from his decade-long stranglehold of the sport of basketball was more championships. He came close a couple of times, including a 7-game loss to the Celtics in '74. And guess why he didn't win more rings? You guessed it, he couldn't get a good team around him. But Kareem has a legitimate gripe here. After '72, Oscar's productivity dropped dramatically, and until Magic joined the Lakers in 1980, Kareem never played with an elite guard again. Remember how Kareem led the 75 Bucks in assists? That's a cool stat to throw out there, but it's indicative of the fact that the Bucks lacked playmakers, let alone somebody who could be the second best player on a championship-winning team. Kareem asked to be traded after the '75 season because, as you can imagine, this 7'2", introverted, black, activist Muslim who had grown up in New York City and gone to college in LA didn't exactly feel at home in 1975 Wisconsin.
Makes
the team
sense.
obliged in the offseason, sending Kareem to the Lakers in exchange for just about every good player the Lakers had. He had some more outstanding seasons for the Lakers, but again was never able to find a running mate that could help him get back to the top. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that the conversation about who the best basketball player of the 70s was begins and ends with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
No competition.
I know that talking about a peak Kareem kinda seems weird because he's the guy with the goofy goggles and the bald spot and the funny mustache. But don't forget about the guy who could average 34 and 16 for a season and drag his team to 50+ wins by himself. Don't forget about the guy who won 6 MVPs in 10 years. Don't forget about the guy who Dr. J, among other legends, calls the greatest of all time. So if Kareem kicked so much ass during the 70s, why don't we remember him the way we do with Dr. J? Well, you know how everybody talks about how Larry and Magic saved the NBA when they came into the league? Well, there were a lot of reasons the NBA needed saving. Drugs, the ABA split, tape delaying playoff games, a lack of dynasties, and honestly, because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the league's best player. For one, watching Kareem was not fun.
Wasn't a flashy
He was
player.
effective. He was dominant. But he wasn't exciting.
Just had that sky
He
hook.
didn't have acrobatic dunks like Michael, show-stopping passes like Magic, or the thunderous power of Shaq. He had the skyhook, reliable and consistent, rarely thrilling, and never marketable. As far as his personality and ability to give the fans something to connect with, I read one word used to describe his attitude towards media and the public more than any other as I researched Kareem. Aloof. Not friendly or forthcoming. Cool and distant. Conspicuously uninvolved and uninterested, typically through distaste. Kareem, jaded from his interactions with the media in college and his encounters with racism, was a notoriously difficult person to interview. He just wasn't interested in being famous. He wasn't interested in being the face of the league. He wanted to be respected, not just as a basketball player, but as a person. Any attempt by fans or the press to get to know him or get something out of him was met with suspicion. Kareem let his celebrity die willingly, even intentionally. And because he was so incomparably good, nobody could supplant him as the best player in the world, and basketball's popularity suffered. Can basketball survive Lou Alcindor? It almost didn't.
Damn. And we're about to get to the Magic Showtime era now with Kareem. NBA Finals MVP, 71 and 85. That's insane. Winning Finals MVPs 14 years apart. Think about this season, 2023 season. If 14 seasons ago, Kobe Bryant won it 14 years ago. Kobe Bryant wins Finals MVP this year. Like, that's insane. Like, that's longer than... The distance between these two Finals MVPs is longer than Larry Bird or Magic Johnson's entire career. That's insane.
You knew this was coming. Kareem's longevity is the defining aspect of his career. He played for 20 years, and it wasn't really until his last year that he lost his fastball. In those 20 years, he was a 19-time All-Star, made the playoffs 18 times, and made 15 All-NBA teams. He appeared in 10 finals and won 6 championships. He was so good for so long that he won playoff series against Wilt Chamberlain and against Isaiah Thomas. That longevity gave way to a set of records at
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar NBA records at the time of retirement. Most seasons played, most games played, most minutes played, most blocked shots, most defensive rebounds for a career, most defensive rebounds in a game, most defensive rebounds in a season, most playoff game appearances, most All-NBA team selections, most All-Defensive selections, second most defensive win shares, most offensive win shares, most win shares, most playoff minutes played.
Kareem's retirement.
Yeah, that's pretty good resume.
Only by Wilt. And as you're looking at these, contemplating how a guy could stay competitive and relevant for 20 solid years, remember the era that Kareem played in, and the fact that he spent 4 years in college playing at a championship level. Of all of these records, get a load of these 3. We already talked about his 6 MVPs, but he received plenty of MVP votes throughout the 80s, even finishing 5th in 1986 at the age of 38. He finished with the most points of any player ever. The lethal efficiency of the skyhook made it easy for Kareem to keep up a steady scoring diet, even as he got on in years. So if you love scorers, and the first thing you do when people talk about the GOAT is bring up how many points they could get, here's your guy. The all-time scorer in NBA history. And there's this, the truest sign of his extended dominance. Winning Finals MVPs 14 years apart.
Insane.
One at age 23, the other at age 37. The gap between those 2 awards spans more time than the careers of Magic, Bird, Russell, or Jordan's.
Insane.
In 1985, the Lakers had won 62 games and were the top seed in their conference. The Kareem Magic balancing act had gotten about as close to an equilibrium as they would get to together, helping the Lakers tear through the playoffs all the way to the finals, where they met Larry Bird and the Boston Celtics.
Here we go.
Now at this point, the Lakers had never beaten the Celtics in the finals ever.
Damn.
They were 0-8, going all the way back to when the Lakers played in Minneapolis. And after Game 1, it looked like the Celtics were going to make it 0-9. Boston won 148-114, a victory that became known as the Memorial Day Massacre.
Yep.
The most notable deficiency on the Lakers was their center. Held to just 12 points and 3 rebounds, Parrish and McHale had run Kareem ragged on the court, gobbling up rebounds, playing physically inside, and having their way with him. Kareem looked expired, the Lakers were embarrassed, and the future of their team was in jeopardy. Pat Riley says, if we hadn't won in 85, I would have probably gotten fired. Because we won in 82, lost in 83, choked in 84, and 85 was the last year of my contract.
Damn.
I had to win. And so in the off days, between games 1 and 2, Riley hammers his team. None more than Kareem. And Kareem asks for more.
Here we go.
In game 2,
37 years old. Coming in clutch. Offensive rebound. Nice layup. Steal. Hook.
Sky hook by double team. Dennis Johnson gets work
Blocked.
in the air. Kareem blocks it.
On the boards for the Celtics. Kareem going in
Layup.
on a pass from Magic Johnson. 4 on the shot clock. Kareem goes up
Over
and
McHale.
gets it through with 2 seconds to go.
Kareem stole that series from us. After that, you could feel the confidence of the Lakers surging. Robert Parrish. Oh, boys.
Against Kupchak.
Blocked.
By Kareem. In the backcourt, Kareem is
Skyhook.
back in the game and hits the sky hook. Kareem.
Skyhook.
24 for Kareem.
Boy, he's fighting Robert back. This series is going to be a ton of fun before it's over.
Kareem inside.
Layup.
Going strong to the basket, and 30 points for Kareem. Lakers are in the penalty. Michael Cooper is open again, and he hits again.
I'll tell you, he is playing like a rookie. Watch him come over on this shot to really
swatted away.
Oh my God, 37 years old again on that. I believe to this day that Game 2 of the 1985 Finals was the most important game in the history of our team. Pat
After
Riley.
Game 1, Kareem averaged a 28, 10, and 6 at age 37
That's
against
insane.
the greatest front court in NBA history.
Damn.
The Lakers won in 6. Curse over. 14 years after his first championship, he was still good enough to be the best player on the best team against the best competition that the world had to offer.
Other stuff. Stuff that's classified by me as other.
This is where I talk
Cool.
about all of the other stuff that doesn't fit neatly into other categories, or they're important but don't deserve a category of their own. First, let's talk about Magic and Kareem, because I feel like that's the elephant in the room right now. Every time someone starts talking about Kareem as the greatest ever, they point out that he has 6 championships, the magic number because it's just as many as Michael Jordan won. Then somebody comes back and says, no, he won 5 of them with Magic, and he only has 2 finals MVPs, so Magic carried him to the other 4. And then that's usually where the conversation
He was the
ends.
best player on
but
3
not
of-
today, baby.
If I'm
arguing for Kareem
he was
as
the best. He was the best player on 2 of the Showtime Lakers championship teams.
greatest player of all time,
at least.
which I am, I'd point out that when the Lakers won the title in 1980, Kareem was the best,
was the
player,
best
on
player.
the team, and I would argue that he had a more
They gave it to Magic though because he was a rookie, put up the greatest final performance of all time in Game
impressive
6.
final series than Magic did. We all remember 1980 as the finals where Magic put up 42 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists.
That's the greatest
to
final
clinch
performance
the
of all
title.
time. To
It
be fair.
was in many
Well, the other 5
respects
games,
the
Kareem
signaling
was
of a
just
new
by far the
era
best
of
player.
NBA
He should've
basketball.
won Finals
What
MVP.
many people still call the sports golden age, and that's a neat narrative that previews Magic's rise to superstardom. But what? In the first 5 games of the series, Kareem, who would later be named the regular season's MVP, averaged 33 and 14 and blocked 23 shots. In Game 5, with the
33-14.
series tied at 2 apiece, Kareem sprained his ankle halfway through the 3rd quarter. After being helped to the locker room, he hobbled back onto the court, unwilling to let this chance slip away. He proceeded to cap off a 40-point, 15-rebound performance by slamming through the game-winning
Yeah, that's
dunk
the Finals
with just
MVP.
over 30 seconds left. Magic was fantastic throughout the series, and obviously had the big game to win it all, but Kareem was the one who put them in position to win the series in the first place.
True.
So why didn't he win it? Gee, I don't know. Who do you think the media wanted to give the award to more? The sullen, quiet center who had just spent the last decade giving them the finger every time they asked a question? Or the charismatic, flashy rookie with the ear-to-ear smile who clinched the series on the road? In '82, Magic started putting up eye-popping stats on the offensive end and had an outstanding final series, but he had yet to take the torch from Kareem. Following an argument with then head coach Paul Westphal, Magic had asked for a trade earlier that season. Lakers owner Jerry Buss instead fired Westphal and replaced him with Pat Riley. Magic's reputation in the locker room and in the public eye suffered. Plus, Norm Nixon was still playing long stretches of games at point guard, leaving Magic without a definitive claim as the team's alpha dog. We already talked about the 1985 series, and then in 1987 and '88, yeah, Magic was easily the best player on the team. And the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, that was 39 and 40 respectively, was either the 2nd or 3rd best player on those championship teams.
To be 39 and 40, he'll be a
Doesn't
second
it
best
count
player
for something that he
on a
was
championship
still
team, though?
a
It's still
go-to
nuts.
guy for championship teams as he was pushing 40?
Yeah, it's still insane.
Maybe this one can be like a little mini section. Ready?
Clutch. Big time players make big time plays.
Whenever we think of guys who were clutch, we always think of perimeter guys. Reggie, Ray, Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, Durant, Bird, and so on.
Yeah.
So, does that mean there's no such thing as a clutch center?
Nope.
Heck no, you dum-dum. If you need
Dum-dum,
2 points
that's
in
you.
crunch time, what would you trust more than the most awesome weapon of basketball certainty ever created? Plus, if you're afraid that Kareem might get fouled and miss the free throws,
Good free throw
he
shooter.
was a 72% shooter from the line during
alright.
his career and topped out around 78%.
It's
He
alright.
wasn't a sure bet, but in big-time situations, Kareem had a knack for him. Is it really crazy to think of Kareem as being clutch? Here, I'll show you. 1979, Magic's first NBA game. The
Yeah,
Lakers trailed the
game winner.
Clippers by 1 at the end of regulation.
For the win. Hook.
Lakers win. Score it. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has given the Los Angeles Lakers.
1987 NBA Finals, Game 4. The
He's
sequence
39.
is most memorable because of Magic's baby skyhook, but in 2 must-score situations, the Lakers put the ball in Kareem's hand. First, they threw
Dunk.
an alley-oop to Kareem, and then, on the next play, down 1, Kareem was able to draw the foul. 1988 NBA Finals, Game 6. The famous Isaiah Thomas game.
He's
After
40.
spraining his ankle in the third quarter, Isaiah stayed in the game and heroically capped off a 25-point quarter, an NBA Finals record. Needing to win the game to stay alive and force a Game 7, Kareem spoiled the Pistons' parade with 27 seconds left, as the Lakers gave their 41-year-old center the ball.
41.
He drew a foul.
The old man goes up and misses the shot, but goes to the line with 14 seconds to go.
That was a BS foul, though, to be fair.
Made both free throws, and the Lakers won the game. 1974 NBA Finals, Game 6 against the Celtics. Down 3-2, the game is in double overtime, and the Bucks are down 1 with
Double
7
OT.
seconds left. Their season hangs on the next possession. Who else would they go to?
There you go, Kareem. Long range skyhook.
Kareem with a big pressure shot. Nothing but net again.
Boom, a clutch center. The NBA has seen its fair share of media-savvy athletes like Magic and LeBron and Michael. There has never been, and there will never be, a 10-hour documentary on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Michael Jordan was an infinitely more entertaining player to watch and a more interesting person for the media to interview. But does the fact that Michael Jordan was more exciting or popular mean that he was a better player? Not necessarily. Think of it this way. If you needed to cut an apple, and you saw a guy with a samurai sword throw the apple in the air,
Fruit Ninja.
do some crazy slashes at the speed of light, and saw the apple come down cut into pieces, you'd be impressed, right? You'd take a picture of it, you'd remember it, you'd probably tell your friends about it. But is that guy and his samurai sword any better at slicing an apple than one of those steel things you keep in your kitchen drawer at home? I mean, is it exciting? Not really. Are you gonna tell your friends about it? Probably not. But when it comes to cutting apples, doesn't it get the job done just as well? He was
true.
clutch, had the most unstoppable move
don't
in
need to be
NBA
flashy
history,
to be the best.
won 6 championships,
Six.
6 MVPs, had 20 years of excellence,
Most accolades
and a
ever.
peak that ranks among the highest ever. Oh, and he's also the most accomplished college basketball player ever. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar enjoyed the greatest career of any player. He succeeded at every level of the sport, to a greater degree than anyone else, and with a level of attention and scrutiny that has few equals in American basketball history. He's the greatest of all time. Just pick a case. Hey there, sports fans.
All right, that is it for making the case Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That was a pretty good case because Kareem, whatever you value most in the GOAT case, Kareem has it. Just in some form, he just has. He basically did everything in basketball. He has the most accolades ever. And so, yeah, put it in the comment section. Do you think Kareem, where do you rank him among the GOAT? See why Michael Jordan's the GOAT. I already believe he's the GOAT out of all the GOAT candidates, but yeah. Just further cementing why he's over other players. And so yeah. Make sure to like this video because we're almost finished with the Making the Case series. So if you want me to complete it, we just one more episode yet. We just got the LeBron one. So if you want me to react to that one, please leave a like. And also subscribe to get notifications for other videos just similar to this. You know, we're almost at 700 subs, so do that. So yeah, make sure we get to 700 subs by the end of the year. That's the goal. And also make sure to comment to make sure that I know what you want, because I won't do what you want from me if you don't tell me, bro. Just tell me what you want, and I'll read it, bro. I don't get that much comments, so I'm able to read every single comment, bro. I don't get thousands of comments, so I'll probably see your comment. So yeah, let's go. Making the case, Michael Jordan.
Basketball is special. The size of the court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists. And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identities and signature styles through their creativity, flair, and athleticism. And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport. Who's the greatest to ever do it?
This music in the background's elite.
They believe in only one right answer, their answer. Others might have their own personal stance, but acknowledge one or two alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness and more answers to it than you might think. By my count, there are 8 players in NBA history that have a substantial claim as the GOAT. It's a subjective thing though. I can't give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for Michael Jordan as the greatest basketball player of all time. Well, what can I say? What on earth can I say about Michael Jordan's case as the greatest basketball player to ever live that hasn't been said before?
Not much.
What do you think I'm going to talk
Not
about
much at
that
all.
didn't get covered in the 10-hour documentary that
Right.
premiered at a time when there was no other sports content? There's
Good,
no
it's a good
forgotten
point.
game that I can tell you about that shows just how good Jordan was. We've all seen those games. Every possible angle of the Michael Jordan case has been dissected inside and out. There are no original takes when it comes to the subject. Michael Jordan is a ubiquitous figure in large part because he was and is a brand. And what do American advertisers love more than a good brand? The good people at McDonald's, Nike, Gatorade, and the NBA itself succeeded in making sure that damn near everyone in the world knew that Michael Jordan played in the NBA and that he was a winner. I mean, honestly, when you see the number 23 anywhere, don't you
just imagine
immediately think
Jordan.
of Michael Jordan?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're a LeBron fan, you have to admit that that is Michael Jordan's number.
It's true.
And the craziest part about the Jordan experience is that as he became a global icon, he did nothing but continue to deliver the goods. What iconic moment can I show you that you haven't already seen 100 times? His cradle dunk in college, the game winner in the '82 NCAA championship, the free throw line dunk, pouring in a record 63 points against the '86 Celtics, the shot,
So many iconic moments.
his spectacular move, the shrug, the double nickel against the Knicks, the flu game, passing to Steve Kerr for championship number 5. These are sequences and moments burned into every basketball fan's consciousness. Every one of those moments
That's true.
served to propel Jordan higher and higher in the cultural zeitgeist until he was one of, maybe, the 5 most famous human beings on the planet. And yet, the inevitable passage of time has eroded the consensus around Jordan's GOAT status, especially with younger people who might not have been alive to see him play.
It's true.
That's not to say that there aren't young people who don't see him as the GOAT, but it's not as airtight as it once
That's
was.
me.
Now, I'd hate to speculate on behalf of an entire generation of basketball fans, but here I go anyway. I was 516 days old when Michael Jordan won his last championship. I can't remember much about it. And I think that people who didn't live through Jordan's prime are a little tired of hearing how great he was. Of course, people want to be alive to see greatness.
Yeah.
They want to be able to say, I saw the best ever. Now, I don't think that makes it right, but it's part of the explanation. The other part is that Jordan's celebrity seems to cloud everything he did. At times, it feels almost like propaganda. How many times have you seen this? Some basketball account on Twitter or somewhere on the internet celebrates the anniversary of something that, say, Wilt Chamberlain did. And in the comments, somebody says something like, Wilt Chamberlain, the most dominant player I ever saw. And then someone comes back unfailingly and says, in all caps, did you never see Michael Jordan play?
That's you,
It's
by the way.
not
That's you
just
guys.
that you have to acknowledge Jordan as the GOAT. It's that you cannot talk about the merits of anyone else's case. The internet would have you believe that Michael Jordan won every game he played and made every shot he took. And that kind of talk breeds resentment from people who want to appreciate other players' accomplishments. Because he wasn't perfect. He didn't win every game. He didn't make every shot. And you can have a debate about who the greatest of all time is. Clayton, what the heck, dude? I thought this was supposed to be a video about why he is the GOAT. It is. All of that is just to say that that's how this is going to go. I'm not going to try to convince you that he was perfect.
Right.
Because if you can separate the legend and the basketball player, it's more than enough.
It's true.
Oh, and by the way, we're going to ignore his Wizards career as much as we can. It's just the right thing to do.
His Wizards career wasn't that bad.
Michael Jordan, the basketball player. What do we have? In 13 seasons with the Chicago Bulls, Michael Jordan was a 6-time champion, 6-time Finals MVP, 5-time regular season MVP, a 12-time All-Star, was selected to 10 first-team All-NBAs, made second-team All-NBA in his rookie season, was the Defensive Player of the Year in 1988, had 9 All-Defensive first-team selections, was a 10-time scoring leader, and in college won the 1982 NCAA Championship and was named the 1984 NCAA Player of the Year. Without a word of analysis or commentary,
So much.
that resume
You don't need
is
to
screaming about one of the most decorated and
just looking at his accolades alone, without even knowing who that is, you can just tell that that's like number one
successful
echelon.
basketball players in history. Jordan's case is related to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's in that you can pick from just about
he did
any criteria you want
did
to,
everything.
and you'll find enough evidence to support his reputation. First and foremost, Jordan might well be the greatest scorer in basketball history.
It's true.
Ignoring his 2 years with the Wizards, Jordan's scoring average was 31.5 points per game.
32 a game for his career. 33 a game in the playoffs, and he still averaged 30 for his career if you include the Wizards, which is the highest in NBA history. Like and subscribe, by the way, so
Michael
before you use
Jordan
premium.
in a Bulls jersey scored more points on an average night
Did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do
than
that.
any other player ever. Including his Wizards tenure, he averaged 30.12 points per game. Still the highest of any player ever, beating out Wilt Chamberlain by a few decimal places. The style of Jordan's play was
10
only
scoring
matched
titles.
by the substance of his game. Every ounce of athleticism that brought comparisons to Dr. J was matched by footwork that could only be seen in players like Hakeem Olajuwon. His acrobatic layups are underscored by his unerring technique and diligence that make him
This
a
layup still doesn't make
case-study
any
in
sense.
fundamentals.
How do you
At
do
his
so many
peak,
moves in
he
the air?
tortured guards in the post, eluded big men with his electric first step, developed into the best mid-range scorer of all time, and ran Phil Jackson's triangle for all it was worth. He had nearly every offensive facet of the game in his toolbox, and he pulled out that toolbox every night. He has the highest usage rate of all time, scoring in volume on a nightly basis. But he also pushes advanced metrics and efficiency stats to their breaking points. He has the highest player efficiency ranking ever, the highest offensive box plus minus ever, the 5th most win shares, the most win shares per 48 minutes, an outstanding true shooting percentage, and so on. It is unfathomable to me that Jordan combined such unprecedented volume with
such
such
efficiency.
pristine efficiency.
Underrated
His
as an
opponents
efficient
were
player.
allowed little reprieve on the other end of the floor, as Jordan quickly developed into one of the league's premier defenders. In 1988, Jordan
DPOY.
led the league in scoring with 35 points a game, won the MVP, and was named Defensive Player of the Year after leading the league in steals. Jordan defended opponents
And averaged like
a
2 blocks
shark-smelling
as a
glove.
guard.
He forced bad passes, contested
That
shots,
season.
leapt passing lanes, all while talking enough trash to sell a pay-per-view fight. There might not have ever been a more nightmarish matchup on both ends of the floor. He could go into games, tell his own team to stay out of the way, dunk on his defender, and then put that guy in a straitjacket the second he crossed half court. And yet, despite the ungodly amount of energy that he must have expended every night, Jordan was one of the most durable and consistent players of his
No
generation.
load management for
Aside
Jordan.
from his injury-shortened 86 season and his mid-season comeback in 95, Jordan never missed more than 4 games in a single season. In 8 of his Chicago seasons, he played all 82 games. The objective of a basketball game is to score more
LeBron's on
points
that
than your
once.
opponent, right? So you'd love a player who can score a buttload of points. You'd also love a player who keeps the other team from scoring points. When you put those
Typically
two
what you
things
need.
together, the best scorer ever and one of the most tenacious defenders in history, you get Michael Jordan, whose peak reaches into uncharted airspace. Michael Jordan, at his best, was better than everyone. Plain and simple. He would score, defend, and play in such a way that made winning second nature. No one else has ever tasted the air at the top of peak Jordan. Once he got to the top of that mountain, he was looking down at everyone else. But what about before then? I hear the skeptics among you ask. And that's a fair point. He wasn't always that guy. Before the Bulls broke through in '91, Jordan suffered defeat in the playoffs to the Milwaukee Bucks, the Boston Celtics, and most memorably, the Detroit Pistons. And I've seen
And all those teams went on to win the championship.
this misconception that those losses
Well, other than the Bucks, obviously, but that he was a rookie.
all took place while Jordan was still basically on his own without Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen. And that's obviously not correct. All 4 of the Piston losses took place while Scottie was on the team. And in 1990, Phil Jackson was the coach, and the Bulls won 55 games, just 4 fewer than the Pistons. You can blame it on whatever. Injuries, the Pistons' patented Jordan rules, and even Jordan himself. It's a fair point of criticism to point out that Michael Jordan's Bulls lost in the playoffs early in his career. However, you can't stop the conversation there.
Right.
Yeah, the Bulls got swept by the 86
His teammates were cocaine addicts.
Celtics, but come on. That team is pretty universally regarded as Bird's best team.
Right.
And one of the best teams of all time.
It's a
after
stupid
they
argument.
went on to win the title. The fact that Jordan
If you put Jordan down for losing to the 86 Celtics, you have to put LeBron down for losing to the 2017 Warriors, which is just stupid.
hung 63 on them, a record that still stands, is outstanding. The 87 Celtics also made the finals. So did the 88 Pistons, and the 89 Pistons, and the 1990 Pistons. Of Jordan's 6 pre-title playoff losses, 5 of them made the NBA Finals, and 3 of them ended up winning the whole thing.
So he only
They're
lost to the
losses,
best
nonetheless.
teams.
But it wasn't like he was being beat by the Washington Generals. He was losing and sharpening his teeth against the best, for whatever it's worth. And it's worth something. Speaking of Phil and Scottie, another point of contention with Jordan's claim to the throne is the fact that he played for the most decorated coach in basketball and with the best sidekick in sports, along with a team that did their jobs to a T and bought into
Just
the team.
because your team
As
is
for
good does
Scottie,
not mean...
there are some people out
Obviously, he's going to have a good team. He won 6 championships. Doesn't mean stop you from being the
there
greatest.
who would have you believe that Scottie Pippen was nothing
Skip.
more than a glorified role player.
That's some of
They'll
y'all.
say he didn't have the game to carry a team to a title, and he didn't have the aptitude to spend too much time in the spotlight.
We got another ad. Make sure to like and subscribe to get YouTube Premium. Oh my god, we got a double ad. I can't believe you. Now you have to subscribe twice. Actually, don't do that, because then if you subscribe twice, you actually unsubscribe. That's what happens if you click it twice. Alright.
Spotlight. They'd have you believe that Scottie Pippen was nothing without Michael Jordan. And that's ridiculous. You can disagree with me, but for my money, Scottie Pippen is the best perimeter defender imaginable. He combined size with uncanny court vision a la Bird and LeBron, knew exactly when to pick his spots and when to defer, and brought a component of selflessness and fraternity to the Bulls that might not have existed otherwise. He was approachable and likable, the counterbalance to Jordan's unyielding intensity. Most importantly, Scottie accepted and flourished in his role. The amount of credit that he deserves and does not get is unfortunate. Same with other players like Horace Grant and Tony Kukoc. Michael Jordan didn't win those championships alone, and those guys all deserve more recognition. When it comes to Phil Jackson, it's been fascinating to revisit Jordan's approach to the game and see how it changed under Jackson. Guys like Mike, Kobe, and Wilt all approached basketball in a similar way, in that they felt that the best chance their team had to
By
win
shooting all the
was
shots.
for them to have the ball in their hands as much as possible. These days, we'd call what they did iso ball or hero ball. Isolate against the defender, tell everyone to get out of the way, and beat your man one-on-one. Watching Mike's early years, it sticks out, painfully at times. Shooting over triple teams, refusing to give the ball up, even if a teammate had an open look. Kobe patterned his game after Jordan, and you can see the same tendencies. Wilt was, of course, a prolific scorer and record setter in his own right, and did so in a manner that gained him the reputation of being selfish. But with Jackson's philosophical influences, the triangle offense, and a stellar supporting cast, Jordan learned to dial those tendencies back and perfect his game, resulting in one of the most dominant stretches any athlete has ever had in their sport. Of course, he still had the stuff to go and win his one-on-one battles, but he walked the line as well as anyone ever has. Kobe did the same
Became
thing.
a better team
He won
player.
3 championships with Shaq at the beginning of the decade of the aughts, and finished the decade with back-to-back championships. Now, who was Kobe's coach during those championship years?
Phil Jackson.
Who was it that helped him tailor his game to a more team-friendly approach, so as
Do you guys think Phil Jackson is the greatest coach in NBA history? I think it's between him and Greg Popovich.
unlock the group's championship potential?
Or is it neither?
Oh yeah, it was Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson should and does get praise for managing some of the most eclectic locker rooms in basketball, satiating some of the most headstrong egos in the world, and providing an environment where the most talked about team with the most popular athlete could do their jobs. The Bulls' success might not have been what it was without Scottie Pippen. It might not have happened without Phil Jackson and Horace Grant and Tony Kukoc and Steve Kerr and Bill Cartwright and all of those guys. Basketball is a team game after all.
Right.
But it's our fault that they might not get talked about as much as they should. We are the people who talk about these kinds of things and create the dialogue that takes place about them. That doesn't somehow discredit what Jordan did for those teams or nullify what he contributed.
Right.
Yeah, Scottie was a perfect sidekick. Yes, Phil Jackson was a masterful coach.
But they ain't winning one without Jordan.
Can still be true, and Michael Jordan can still be the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Scottie accepted his role on the team. He accepted that.
I hate the argument of when someone says, "Oh, this person's great, this person's great." Well, they had good teammates. So what? What is you having good teammates distract from you being good at basketball?
He was going to be the second guy. Jordan still had to go out there and do his job as the guy. He still had to set the tone of every practice and every game. He had to put the ball in the hole, share responsibilities guarding the other team's best player, take over when games started slipping out of hand, and at the end of the game, take the last shot. It doesn't work unless Mike does what everyone expects him to, which is to be the best player in the world. As for Phil, yes, it is true that he tempered Michael's worst impulses. He helped sand off the rough edges and align the team. But Mike still had to accept that coaching. He had to adapt his game and do the work. Plus, isn't it a coach's job to coach? Why is it a knock on Jordan that his coach was good at his job?
Right.
Michael Jordan doesn't deserve all of the credit for their success. But he does deserve the lion's share of credit.
Yeah,
because
majority.
he shouldered the lion's share of responsibility of such an incredible team. How incredible of a team were they? Well, the 1996 Chicago Bulls finished the regular season 72-10. That's more wins than anyone had ever won, and a record that most people thought would never be broken. And not only were they such a prolific regular season team, but they capped off that season with a championship to deliver the most successful season that any NBA team has ever had. Which brings us to another common Jordan barb. The fact that the NBA was, at the time, looking to capitalize on its enormous popularity and expand into more media markets. From 1988 to 1995, the league saw 6 new teams enter the league, and with each new team, the talent pool of the league got a little more diluted and a little more diluted. As far as I'm concerned, this is a perfectly valid point to bring up when discussing whether or not 72 wins validates the 1996 Bulls as the best basketball team of all time. I don't think it disqualifies them in the same way that I don't think that just taking 72 wins at face value automatically puts them at the top. But when people try to say that Michael Jordan played in a weak era or didn't face tough competition, it makes me want to pull my teeth out with pliers. We know who Jordan was losing to, so who is he beating once his reign began? John Starks, Charles Oakley, and Patrick Ewing on the New York Knicks, the Bad Boy Pistons, Magic Johnson, Clyde Drexler,
pretty good players,
Wilkins, Charles Barkley, Alonzo Mourning, Larry Johnson, Tim Hardaway, Shaquille O'Neal, Penny Hardaway, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, Chris Webber, John Stockton, Karl Malone, and Reggie Miller. Basically every relevant basketball player from the 1990s beside David Robinson and Hakeem Olajuwon.
Right.
And no, I don't care to count up how many All-NBA opponents the Bulls saw versus someone else, or how many All-Star teammates Jordan had versus other players, or any of that. Because one, the players on that list all passed the smell test.
Hold up, we got an ad. Yeah, the Michael Jordan not having competition argument is the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
Era with flying colors. 2, I don't care about that stuff. And 3, because, like I have said and will continue to say, everybody has advantages. Everybody. You become great by capitalizing on the moments when everything lines up for you. You seize the opportunity and press the advantage. So what if the Bulls were expected to win? They did win. And they were expected to win because Michael Jordan tipped the scales in their favor against everybody. And as a final objection, people who are looking to dethrone Jordan will tell you that he was an asshole to his teammates, that he alienated those who he didn't deem worthy or tough enough to play alongside him, and he refused to respect or trust them. And that is a fact. He was an asshole. He punched multiple teammates in the face, belittled his peers for mishandling passes, and spoke to his teammates in a way that would not fly in 2020. It's a fact that feels especially stark when you take into account the impact that more reserved and compassionate leaders like Tim Duncan and Bill Russell had on their teams. It is possible to win in the NBA without being a jerk, but it's also possible to win while being a jerk. And remember, Jordan wasn't lashing out for no reason. He wasn't walking into the gym just looking for an ego boost and to demean someone while he took the day off. He wanted his teammates to work as hard as he did. He had to make them understand that the Bulls could not be playing games because they wanted to win. They had to play as if they needed to win, because psychologically, Jordan did. Take Tim Duncan and compare him to Michael Jordan. You never hear about Tim Duncan really tearing into some dude in front of the whole team in practice. You never hear about Mike not taking the opportunity to chew out a teammate that could have done something better. They are polar opposites when it comes to how they led. But they were both leaders, and both of their styles worked. In the same way that not everybody could play for the Spurs, not everybody could play for the Bulls. If you couldn't handle the team first, no one is above the group approach that the Spurs culture built, you weren't playing with Tim Duncan. And if you couldn't handle getting called out, being pushed past your stress point, and playing without fear, you were not playing with Michael Jordan. They both shared a common vision of basketball perfection. They set a high standard and expected everyone around them to work as hard as they did at achieving that standard. If you didn't, you were out. So yeah, Michael wasn't nice. Not everyone could get along with him. If he had spent his years in the league making a villain out of himself and making enemies out of everyone else, toiling away in the postseason without ever breaking through, that would be one thing. But what he did worked. It produced results.
Why stop when you're winning so much?
The guy won 6 effing rings.
Yeah.
And he won all of them as the best player.
True.
I know that the people who want to discredit Jordan have already found a million ways to get around 6 rings, but I don't buy any of them. It is literally the best claim that any player has to the throne. He won more championships as the best player on the team than anyone but Bill Russell. But Jordan did it with more teams and more variables that could have set the team back. He checks all of the boxes. He had more success than Wilt, had more statistical prestige than Russell, had a higher peak than Bird or Magic, and leveraged that peak for more titles as the guy than Kareem. He was the ultimate closer. He lived for the moments that decide games. As an individual talent, he is an A+, as special as you can get, as well-rounded as anyone ever. As a team athlete, his place in the game is immortalized. Listen, it's impossible to watch Michael Jordan and not romanticize him. No object in the world looks more natural than a basketball in Michael Jordan's hand. It's
We're
like
made
the
for each
ball
other, man.
was designed for him.
Made for
or
each
like
other, man.
He was made for the ball, or both. You can't appreciate Michael Jordan without hyperbole and superlatives. He is the avatar of sport. He is competition incarnate. His defining trait remains his insatiable need to win. He wanted to win at everything. When he came into the league, there were questions about his shooting and his defense. So he became a defensive player of the year and a mid-range marksman. He heard he couldn't win for years, so he took it all out on his competition and led his teams to 2 separate three-peats. He ironed out all of his flaws because he would accept no result but victory.
Absolutely
so don't even
none.
start to tell me that he wouldn't have developed a three-point shot today.
Right.
And more than anything, sport is an art form, isn't it? It's expression. It's theater and it's storytelling. Part of sports is the excitement, the show. And Michael Jordan was the most dynamic show in the world during the end of the century. Part of it too
Kick the
is
guy in the head.
because the Jordan show wasn't terribly complicated. There
It's just him
wasn't a
winning.
lot of baggage attached to the Michael Jordan experience.
Just him
the
winning a
things
lot.
that he did made people
Bop.
believe, if only for a few moments, in superheroes. When spectators looked at him, hoping to find something to connect with, they found the indomitability of human will. The old sports cliche fully realized that the game is won by the team who wants it more. And we all like to think of ourselves like that we are wired like Jordan. But let's face it, we're not all like that. That's what made him special. There's only one Michael Jordan. As for the story, how's this? There's a guy who is knocking on the door of the Pantheon. He has been for a while now. He captures the imagination of everyone who has ever seen him play.
Oh, getting
He might
goosebumps
well
now.
be
This
the
part's
most
so great.
talented player to ever lace up a pair of shoes, but he just can't seem to break through. He loses in the playoffs against the same team over and over and over. Every year, he gets a little bit closer and a little bit closer until finally
The storyline
he
was
breaks
so
through. His
perfect.
talent is
I think
justified
Jordan had the
with
ultimate
one,
storyline of any
two,
career. It was literally
three
like
championships,
a script.
all in a row. It hadn't been done in 30 years. Now there's talk about how this guy might not just be the best talent, he might be the best ever. And as he's climbed the mountain, he has become the most famous athlete in the world. And then he retires, only to come back a year and a half later. In his first full year back from retirement, they win the title. He is back. And then they do it again. By now, he is practically lapping every other player historically. Every image of Michael Jordan in recent memory is of his team holding the trophy. By 1998, he had won 5 championships
Last
in
Dance.
7 years, 3 in a row, and then back to back. And now it was the end, the last year of everyone's contracts. The team's blowing it up. This is their last ride, the last dance. They're
Last
running on
dance.
fumes, but they climb all the way back up the mountain to the top. They're back in the finals. The target on their backs has never been bigger. The pressure has never been heavier.
I love how
In
HD
Game
the footage
6,
of the 98
on
finals
the road,
is.
looking to wrap up an unprecedented second three-peat in a game
Two
with more people
three-peats.
watching than in any other game. It goes down to the wire. The Utah Jazz won't go away. Unfortunately for them, they're playing against Michael Jordan, who saved his best for last. Here is Michael
The last
Jordan's
shot.
final shot as a Chicago Bull.
Most iconic shot in NBA history. Destroys his ankles. Most iconic shot ever. No push off. He fell so hard that people thought he pushed him. All right, that is making the case for Michael Jordan. Yeah, didn't much to say here because I mean I'm not gonna. It's not like I can say much that you don't know about Michael Jordan. It's just me denouncing all the stupid arguments against Jordan. This will be the last episode in this Making the Case series. So yeah, let's begin making the case of LeBron James as the greatest player of all time.
Basketball is special. The size
That's
of the
loud.
court and the lack of pads or helmets give fans the most intimate experience of a team sport that exists. And because of the different styles that basketball allows for, players develop their own distinct identities and signature styles through their creativity, flair, and athleticism.
This intro explains why basketball is my favorite sport.
And although no player succeeds alone, the scoring volume and two-way nature of the sport give individual stars a nearly unprecedented amount of control over the flow and outcome of a game. For this reason, players are constantly compared to their peers and to the legends of the past in order to answer the most hotly contested question in the sport: who's the greatest to ever do it? For many, the question is redundant. They believe in only one right answer, their answer. Others might have their own personal stance, but acknowledge one or two alternatives. But I believe that there's much more nuance to the question of greatness and more answers to it than you might think. By my count, there are 8 players in NBA history that
I think
have
it should have included
substantial
Kobe
claim
in
as the
this.
GOAT. It's a subjective.
He doesn't have making the case on Kobe, but he does have a documentary series. It's basically documentaries because how well made and long they are on the Kobe. I think he's doing a 2-part. I don't know if part 2 is released yet, but I want to react to that when I do the greatest peaks and highlights for Kobe. So definitely gonna do it because Clayton Crowley. That one I haven't seen yet. If you don't know, I've seen the Making the Case series and be sure to get commentary and stuff on it. But I've not seen the Greatest Peak series before, so if you want to see first time reaction, walk to those. And obviously I haven't seen all the highlights and stuff before. But the Kobe one I have not seen from Clayton Crowley, so I definitely want to react to that one.
Thing though, I can't
Duncan.
give you a definitive answer. All I can do is make the argument. So today, I'll be making the case for LeBron James as the greatest basketball player of all time.
Let's go, boys. This one's gonna get the most hate from y'all in the comments. I already know it, y'all LeBron
Making the
haters.
case for LeBron James.
Y'all all LeBron haters.
Michael Jordan is the LeBron James isn't even built like that. There's no way. There's no
This is y'all. This is y'all.
Get out of here. What are you talking about? LeBron. You're making a video about LeBron being the GOAT. Get out of here. No.
My man LeBron like 14th in the poll I'm doing on the community tab, which you should vote in, by the way.
Somebody like me makes a video like this, to which a certain segment of the population reacts by getting so mad that they start to pop blood vessels. And that's a really interesting reaction to me. I've made videos about why players like Larry Bird and Tim Duncan are the GOATs. And sure, I get some, this video is garbage because MJ is the GOAT comments, but it's mostly been people having a lovely chat about the merits and nuances of those.
It's a lot of exaggeration. There's a lot of name calling.
I don't expect that.
Same in my comment section.
But why? Why is it that LeBron?
Nah, y'all mostly cool. There's a lot of LeBron haters.
So defensive. If you are one of those volatile Jordan,
I think the reason that LeBron gets so many Jordan fans so offended is because a large segment of the population actually does believe that LeBron's the GOAT. I don't feel like Jordan fans go at Bird fans or Magic fans, Duncan fans, whatever, because they're not that big of a portion that actually believes he is the GOAT.
Defenders, and you're racing to the comments right now. I know that there's nothing.
Like I'd say around 30% of fans, I'd say around 30. At this point, it's getting close to. I would say 30 to 40% of NBA fans think LeBron's the GOAT.
Stop you. But for the rest of you, please.
That I've seen anyway.
Even if you think Jordan's the GOAT, hear what I have to say. We all still love basketball. We can all still be friends.
Basketball buddies.
When LeBron James was a freshman at St. Vincent St. Mary's High School,
dang, my man looking like Wembanyama.
He posted per-game averages of 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. The Irish went undefeated, 27-0, won the state championship, and
I'm
James
16.
was named to the state tournament MVP.
A lot taller,
just
though.
Like that, the final year of anonymity for LeBron James was over. In the summer, between his freshman and sophomore years, James's play on the AAU circuit caught the eyes of every scout he encountered. Word began to spread far and wide about the man-child from Akron, Ohio.
He is the best story in NBA
season,
history.
He saw an increase in every box score figure. His team started playing home games at the University of Akron's arena in order to seat the thousands of spectators. His team lost one game all year and won the state championship again. He became the first sophomore ever named to USA Today's All-USA First Team. He had officially entered the territory of phenom.
I'm a sophomore in high
Scouts were
school.
infatuated with James for a number of reasons. He had every measurable you could want out of a 16-year-old.
I don't. It's weird seeing people your age. They're like so much more accomplished than you.
Tall.
This is like the first age. Like 16 is probably like the first age you can actually like say that. They're like someone my age is like far more successful than me.
Strong, good wingspan, off the charts athleticism. But he also had superb instincts.
And it just gets worse the older you get.
Enthusiasm for the game, an unselfish play style, preternatural passing abilities, and strong leadership qualities. Which is why, in his junior year, Sports Illustrated put LeBron on its cover. Now, this cover didn't single-handedly trigger the outrageous expectations of LeBron James, but it certainly helped. The cover acknowledged James's unprecedented talent at such an early stage, while alluding to the expectations, hopes, and wonders that such an unbelievable talent would have to bear.
Can you imagine if this was the cover, right, and he just became like Anthony Bennett? Can you imagine if Anthony Bennett was on Sports Illustrated cover before he got drafted, called The Chosen One? It very well could have happened. Though the fact that LeBron even, like, actually not only came to expectations, literally somehow had the greatest expectations in NBA history and somehow exceeded them, is the greatest story in NBA history, greatest storyline of all time.
Beginning his junior year, James and the Irish would play their home games almost exclusively at the University of Akron's arena. ESPN2 began broadcasting their matchups to the country, and Time Warner Cable started selling his games on pay-per-view for $7.95 a pop to the Akron populace. The hype was substantiated by more incredible play from James, who improved from year to year. As a junior, he was named to a second All-USA first team and became the first junior to ever be named the Gatorade National Player of the Year. As a senior, he won a second National Player of the Year award and was named to an unheard of third All-USA first.
I don't like how brands keep putting their things on this, like the Gatorade National Player of the Year, McDonald's All-American. No, just say just say the All-American team. Don't put a brand in front of it, please.
James's junior year remains the turning point of his celebrity. It was then that he went from highly touted young prospect to inheritor of the sport of basketball. And that's the thing. We as sports fans fetishize potential. The allure of the future is endless. If a player has potential, they can be anything. It hasn't happened yet, so it's still technically.
Victor Wembanyama, people say this like every 4 years, but this one has to be like actually. Victor Wembanyama is the most hyped prospect since LeBron James, and that's just a fact. Do you think he's going to even come close to expectations? Do you think he's going to be good from what you've seen? I mean, he looks like a fucking 2K demigod.
No how outrageous
so unless he gets injured, he's going to be great, in my opinion.
But then if they don't succeed, we label them as failures, busts. Couldn't do it, didn't pan out. Never mind the fact that we were the ones who set the expectations to begin with. Promise is a double-edged sword, and this was promise like no other. LeBron was the first real athletic prodigy of the internet era. It was the first time that the country could whip itself up into this kind of frenzy about the next big athlete in the uber-commercialized post-Jordan NBA. These days, young prospects in every sport get enough smoke blown up their asses to host a barbecue, with top 100 recruiting lists and the videos with titles calling any prospect who hits back-to-back threes the next Steph Curry. It's too much to say
Steph Curry with a 40-inch
with
vert.
LeBron, but he was undoubtedly
Shout out
the
Lonzo
initial
Ball.
product of the hype machine
Getting
we're
a third
familiar with
surgery.
today. He was so good at such a young age, and so many people
pass,
saw him
bro.
and talked about him and heard about him that the stakes
Defense.
were clear. LeBron James could not be a 6-time NBA All-Star. He couldn't win 1 or 2 MVPs.
He had to be
couldn't be the next
top 5.
Tracy McGrady or the next Vince Carter. He had to be the face of the league and go down in history as
And somehow
one of,
did it.
if not the greatest basketball players of all time.
And he
In the
fucking
Sports
did it.
Illustrated article, the one that called him the chosen one, a label that he embraced by having it tattooed on his back, writer
That's some balls, bro. To get the chosen one tattooed on you before you even play an NBA game, bro, that's some balls.
Grant Wall
That could have gone
recognized the
really bad.
absurdity of asking if a
It's like Jason Terry, the Jet, shout out to him, Dallas Mavericks, 2011 champions. He got the Larry O'Brien championship trophy tattooed on him at the beginning of the 2011 season, which was insane because the Mavs had like the 9th best odds to win the championship. So like imagine someone like, I don't know, like who's probably the 9th best odds, like the Clippers or the Clippers are maybe like imagine someone on like someone who would be really unexpected to win the championship this year. That's like still kind of possible. Like the Cavs or someone to get it tattooed on them at the beginning of the season and then they actually win the championship. It was insane. Terry did ruin it though by getting a championship tattoo when he went to the Celtics and when he went to the Nets, which was not good. He got dunked on by LeBron. Yeah, so he kind of ruined it. That could have happened with LeBron, bro. He could have chosen one tattooed on him and he became freaking, Darko Milicic.
17-year-old who still couldn't buy cigarettes was really the heir to the next generation of basketball. But after seeing LeBron and talking to him, Wall concedes that it was indeed the right question. Was it ever? In the 2004 NBA draft, LeBron James was the first overall selection by his hometown Cleveland.
LeBron James, born the same year Michael Jordan came into the NBA, the same year Jordan retired. And then break the scoring record in the year 23. And Michael Jordan retired and LeBron was drafted in the year 2003. Kind of interesting, no?
Cleveland Cavaliers. He was selected ahead of college standout Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, who had just led Marquette to the Final Four,
both of
and
his
was
future
named an
teammates.
All-American, college basketball's Player of the Year, T.J. Ford, and Carmelo Anthony, who had just led Syracuse to an NCAA championship.
Carmelo Anthony very arguably should have won Rookie of the Year. I'm pretty sure he won Rookie of the Month, like damn near, if not every single month, and didn't win Rookie of the Year. That's pretty crazy.
LeBron, out of high school.
Also future teammate, just not very good because it was on the freaking 2022 Lakers.
Went ahead of all of them with the weight.
Carmelo Anthony, I feel like, should be in the NBA now. I feel like he wasn't bad last year. He was like, wasn't he a higher overall than Westbrook last year in 2K at least? Like, I don't understand how he's not on a team.
Of a franchise.
We'll take him on the Mavs.
A city, and perhaps a league on his 18-year-old shoulders. As the most anticipated basketball player since Lou Alcindor, LeBron James could not falter. What if he'd failed? What if the $100 million shoe deals and the celebrity and the fame had been too much too soon? And honestly, how wasn't it? How did LeBron not?
I don't understand how LeBron has not had like a single big scandal. Like, it's insane.
Mess it all up.
John Morant's in like year 4 already.
But he
can't
didn't.
handle it.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the incredible things that he's done since with his platform as the country's most famous athlete. He's spurred and advocated social change, especially in the realm of civil rights, from Trayvon Martin's shooting to the Black Lives Matter movement. He has been an indispensable source of goodwill and good fortune for his community.
I just sneezed so hard my headphones came off. That ain't never happened to me before.
In the era of player empowerment in the NBA, he didn't just defy.
Could be argued as a good or bad thing. You know, player empowerment typically good, but you know, super teams.
The odds by not becoming
a
complete
like.
nutcase. He has leveraged his position, set an
Bronny's ranked 9th. The 2024 class, I think.
Incredible example, and has been one of the best role models that any child or parent could ever ask for. He's still playing, which means that all of these accolades are subject to change, and likely will. But the only assumptions I'll be making are that LeBron finished within at least the top 5 of MVP voting this year and made first team All-NBA, which means he has been named to 13 All-NBA first teams and 16 total All-NBA teams.
Has he made the All-NBA first? No, he probably didn't make it 2021 or 2022.
Both records demonstrating his unbelievably
crap, I didn't mean to do that.
reign.
1 second. I need to catch what you said. Go back, you stupid computer. Okay.
Which means he has been named to 13 All-NBA first teams and 16 total All-NBA teams.
Yeah, he's definitely made it. Cause this, okay, so he just said, assuming in 2020 that he made the first team, so 2021, 2022, he definitely made it both times to an All-NBA team, and he probably will this year. So that's now 19 All-NBA teams every year of his career, except probably his rookie year. Insane.
Both records demonstrating his unbelievably prolonged reign over the sport. He's won 4 MVPs and
by far, not even close greatest longevity in NBA history. It's not even a remotely close competition. There's no one else you can even argue having the greater longevity.
5 years, a feat only matched by Bill Russell.
4 MVPs in 5 years.
And finished in the top 5 of MVP voting.
Should he? Do you guys think he should have won MVP 2011 over D Rose?
In all but 3 of his 17 seasons, he's been selected.
If he wins that MVP, he wins 5 MVPs in a row. So that's pretty crazy.
To 16 All-Star games, 6 All-Defensive teams, and stands at or near the top of multiple
6 all-defensive teams people don't mention.
All-time.
Can you not fucking do that? Okay. 6 all-defensive teams. It almost won DPOY 2013. People need to
6
talk about that more.
All-Defensive teams. And
well, not more,
at or near
but
the top of
people who don't like LeBron never mention that.
All-time statistical leaderboards that demonstrate his all-around proficiency.
Has become the all-time leading scorer since the video came out.
From playoff points scored to career assists, he has achieved such a universal and unique statistical position for a number of reasons. Namely among them, LeBron James is the best basketball player of all time. When James Naismith nailed a peach basket to a wall in a gym in Massachusetts, there was no way he could have ever imagined the game as it is today. And there is no way, not in his wildest dream.
Why do we keep showing highlights against the Mavs? How do you get show 2 highlights and happen to be the same team? Come on now.
He could have ever
what are the
imagined
chances?
An athlete like LeBron. The guy is 6'8", 260, built like Karl Malone, passes like Larry Bird, jumps like Michael, and surveys the court like Magic Johnson. He's not the strongest or the fastest, but he's faster than the strongest and stronger than the fastest. He has a cocktail of cerebral perception and hand-eye coordination that has made him one of the premier passers in league history. He has
top
a
5 passer all time,
a lightning-quick first step, supernatural anticipation, and an IQ on both ends of the court that comes from the brain of basketball's Da Vinci. It would be enough if LeBron had just built a name and career for himself thanks to his prodigious natural talents. But he worked diligently, year in and year out, to improve himself as a basketball player.
Guarding Tim Duncan.
Criticism for not using his Herculean frame to lock down opponents.
He's LeBron James is so versatile, bro. He's played every he's played a full season at every position except for center. He played shooting guard. He played point guard in 2020 when he won the championship with the Lakers, and 2021. He played shooting guard his rookie season, played small forward most of his career, played power forward in actually his two best seasons, 2013 to 2018. He played power forward, and he's playing power forward this year. No, wait. He might be playing small forward this year. He played power forward in 2022. So center is the only position that he's never started a full season with. Though he has started games at center in 2022 when the Lakers were really down bad,
And so, he became a lethal defender and was twice the runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. Opponents would exploit James'
what was the other
lack
year's
of
runner-up for
post-game
DPOY?
by
Not
assigning him
2013,
smaller,
but
quicker defenders. He spent the summer with Hakeem Olajuwon and became a back-down bully. To better space the floor and accommodate the modern style of basketball, he needed to improve his streaky jump shot. He became a master of efficiency, and at his best was a 40% three-point shooter. There
which
is
people don't
no
mention.
aspect of basketball that LeBron James
Peak LeBron James is a 41% three-point shooter. No, people don't mention that.
is not superb at. It's a silly hypothetical, but I think it serves my point to say that a team of 5 LeBrons would beat a team of 5 of anybody else. He always had the whole package, but he never stopped.
That's one of the most
adding
insane
to it.
plays in
He's
NBA
been
history.
adding to
People
it
don't even
for
talk
an
about that one.
insanely long time. He's been probably the best basketball player in the world since 2008 or 2009. And if your life came down to one game, he's still one of the first calls you'd make at age 35 in year 17. He can do anything, does everything, and he's never had a truly significant injury. It wasn't until 2019 that he missed a substantial amount of time because of a groin injury. And
Yeah, it wasn't until
aside from some issues
last
with
2
cramps and
years.
some occasional back trouble, LeBron has never been a liability in that department. He has the 4th highest scoring average in NBA history, and with the way basketball is played today, he can defend point guards and centers alike. Add all
guard
of
Derrick
that
Rose
to
and
a
Pau
tireless
Gasol.
work ethic, an unselfish play style, and a penchant for big moments, and you get the queen of the chessboard. When it comes to playing basketball, he is the best at it. Hold on. I think I
Damn.
hear something. It's the sound of Skip Bayless's
Yeah, the
eyes
comment section.
losing
It's
their
y'all.
shit in my comment section. Best player ever. Big moments? No way. LeBron's terrible in the clutch. He hates taking the last shot. He doesn't have the killer
Mustache
instinct.
LeBron.
He doesn't have what it takes to come through in crunch time. I don't know where this got started or how it's been able to persist.
LeBron James is
That
one of the most
sentiment
clutch players
is
in NBA
just
history.
Actually untrue. There is an
It's true.
overwhelming amount of evidence to
Other than 2011. The only exception, and it's a big exception, don't get me wrong, but that's the only exception.
LeBron's clutch ability and killer instinct. There's statistics that show that James is clutch. Evidence, analytics, stuff made by people who know how to do math and use calculators and stuff. And if you don't believe them because they're nerds and because basketball isn't just about numbers, then just look at the dude's results. He's hit clutch shots in the regular season.
For the jumper for the win.
This is the most insane clip. Because he missed the layup like 5 seconds earlier, there's that.
And he's hit clutch shots in the playoffs.
Oh, this is insane. This is all in 2018, these last few clips. One of the most insane playoff
Tell me
runs.
that he can't win games or doesn't have a
Oh my
killer
God, that
instinct,
shot
or
over
isn't
the
clutch
backboard.
or any of that shit. He spent a lot of time playing in the biggest games too in an absolutely loaded league.
8
In the
straight
playoffs,
finals.
He has faced Gilbert Arenas, Chauncey Billups, Tim Duncan, Tony Parker.
Hold up. In
the playoffs,
Let's go through
he
the
has
players.
faced Gilbert Arenas,
Really good scorer in his prime.
Chauncey
Finals
Billups,
MVP.
Tim
Greatest power forward of all
Duncan,
time.
Tony
Finals
Parker,
MVP.
Manu
Possibly the greatest 6th man of all time.
Ginobili, Kawhi.
Led Argentina to a freaking gold medal. 2-time Finals MVP, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year.
James
MVP,
Harden,
3-time scoring
Russell.
champion. MVP, triple-double in 4 seasons. 2-time scoring champion, 2-time assist champion. Only player to have multiple assist titles and scoring titles. Which is insane.
Kevin-
One of the greatest players of all time. 2-time champion, 2-time Finals MVP. Regular season MVP, four-time scoring
Durant,
champion. The greatest shooter of all time before Steph Curry showed up. Two-time champion.
Paul
One with LeBron. One of them with LeBron, to be fair. Finals MVP.
Pierce, Kevin
MVP.
Garnett, Dirk
Finals MVP. And MVP.
Nowitzki, Dwight
Three-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Howard, Derrick
MVP.
Rose,
Both were All-Stars on the same team. Hawks had 4 All-Stars in the 2015 season, which is
Horford
insane.
and Paul Millsap, Steph
The greatest shooter of all time, the greatest point guard of all time, my opinion, just my opinion.
Curry, Clayton
Y'all go argue with that me in the comment section. Klay Thompson, second greatest shooter of all time.
Thompson, Drake,
The greatest defender of our generation. Don't at me.
Green,
Actually, do at me. I love arguing with people in the comment section. It's kind of fun. A good duo, an all-star duo for those
Kyle
two.
Lowry, Paul
Underrated player, probably I think should have made the NBA 75 team.
Vic,
All-star.
Oladipo,
One of the greatest point guards of our
Damian Lillard,
generation and shooters of all time.
so on.
And so on.
And the players he's faced haven't just been eye-popping. He's lined up against some of the vaunted teams and franchises in NBA lore. He played the Spurs, the most successful post-Jordan franchise in basketball, 3 times in the finals. And then he faces the Warriors in 4 straight finals.
Faced 2 great
LeBron's
dynasties.
Teams always seem to be overachievers. In his first 7 seasons in Cleveland, his best teammate by a mile was Mo Williams.
Mo Williams, one-time
All-Star,
All-Star.
Mo
Yeah, I knew it.
Williams.
One-time
The Cavs
All-Star.
front office can't be faulted for
A pretty good player that could have been with LeBron.
get LeBron help.
Was when he was on the first stint with Cleveland was Carlos Boozer. He was with LeBron his rookie season, but then he went to the Jazz. If he would have stayed with Cleveland, he was like a perennial All-Star, and he made actually the Redeem Team in 2008. He could have been a pretty solid number 2 next to LeBron. And considering how far they got with Mo Williams, their second best player, that could have led them. Carlos Boozer. It sounds stupid to say Carlos Boozer would have led them up, but Carlos Boozer was a good player in his prime, and he could have led them pretty far.
Teammate by a mile was
That's
Mo
just a second
Williams.
option.
Yeah, one-time All-Star.
Like how
Mo
big LeBron
Williams.
did it basically by
the
himself.
Cavs front office can't be faulted for not trying to get LeBron.
They got old Shaq.
But they certainly deserve some
2010.
criticism for failing to actually get him help. Anderson Varejao, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Larry Hughes, Drew Gooden, Eric Snow, Old Shaq, Ben Wallace's corpse. None of them.
Ben
were
Wallace's
really
corpse,
bona
yeah.
fide quality
You got prime Ben
contributors
Wallace, that'd be
who,
good
in the
help, but
roles they
and
were
prime
supposed to
Shaq,
fill,
obviously,
could
but-
compete and win a championship
Nope.
against the Spurs or the Celtics. The Cavs' entire philosophy during his first stint in the land was, he's so damn good, we'll just bank on him putting up ungodly numbers and carrying us to a win every single night.
Which he did.
Usually somehow did. And when he left, look at
2010's Mavs. Just kidding. We got Kyrie Irving now, so fuck
how
y'all.
the Cavs floundered. From a league-high 61 wins to 19, the
That's
second
insane.
worst record in the league.
That's
Nothing
an insane
exemplified
difference.
the plight of LeBron more than Game 5 of the 2007 Eastern Conference Finals.
Possibly his
With the
greatest game
series
ever.
Tied at 2 games apiece, LeBron and the Cavs were trying to pull off an upset against the former champion Detroit Pistons nucleus on their home court. With around 3 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter and the Cavs down 7, LeBron got fouled on a drive, and so began one of the most impressive stretches of basketball ever played in any series by any player. To say that James, at age 22, proceeded to take over the game feels like an undersell. He scored 29 of the Cavs' final 30 points, including 25 in a row. He was transcendent. finishing
25
with
in a row
48
is crazy.
points After 2 overtimes and the game-winning layup. It
Look
was
at
a
this.
performance for the ages, but it was also almost entirely necessary. When the Cavs played the Spurs in the finals that year, they lost because a 22-year-old LeBron couldn't beat the
I don't care.
Parker, Manu.
I don't care what you say. No player in NBA history, if you place them with LeBron, is winning against the Spurs. Not even, and I don't think any players even coming close if you place them with LeBron. Michael Jordan does not be in the damn San Antonio Spurs. All right, it's the same as him going against the damn '86 Celtics. All right, or the freaking it's the same as basically him going against the '86 Celtics. Just him going against the dominant dynasty with no teammates, basically. It's just that LeBron had a way easier Eastern Conference. He didn't have to face them in the first round. You know, and he didn't break his foot, so he actually got to get his team to a higher seed, so he didn't have to face big teams early. But Yeah, his performance against the Pistons that year. And the Pistons they could have been a dominant dynasty. They made, like, I believe 6 straight conference finals. Because, they lost to the Nets 2003 conference finals. Made the finals 2004, won the championship. Made the finals 2005. Lost to the Heat in the conference finals 2006. Lost to the Cavs conference finals 2007. And then lost to the Celtics conference finals 2008. So they could have been a dominant dynasty. They got shut down by players like LeBron and the Spurs in 2005. And then D-Wade and stuff,
Duncan Spurs by himself. Shame on him.
Maybe they wouldn't have been a dynasty if they tried to Carmelo Anthony.
So
Or Dwayne Wade, or Chris Bosh.
He wanted to go to a real team like Miami, where he didn't have to do everything. And make no mistake, it's not like he didn't still have his Atlas moments with the Heat. Game 6 of the 2012 Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat are down 3-2.
Possibly his greatest game ever as well.
In the 2011 Finals, LeBron and the Heat were...
His legacy is ruined if he doesn't have this game. If he goes to the Heat and loses both years, and the second year he doesn't even make the finals, his legacy is ruined. He had to put on his greatest game ever for his legacy to continue.
In Boston, the Celtics had the chance to send the LeBron, Wade, Bosh Heat out by the historical wayside as a catastrophic failure. But then LeBron put on
that
this
face
and picked the
that
Celtics
damn face.
apart. He had 30 points in the first half. In classic
30 in the
LeBron
first
fashion,
half.
He was everywhere doing everything. He sucked the oxygen out of the arena and never gave it back, coming through with an all-time performance in maybe the most important game of his career.
Yeah, man. It's insane.
2013 Finals, Games 6 and 7. Leading the fourth quarter charge in Game 6, hitting a crucial 3 with 20 seconds left to set up Ray Allen's legendary shot.
People in that game talk about, oh, Ray Allen saved his legacy. Yeah, he hit the biggest shot, but the only reason they were in the game in the first place because LeBron fueled a really big comeback at the end. They shot like that.
37, 12, and 4, plus the series icing jumper in Game 7.
And 37 in the Game 7, including this. The dagger! Bang!
4-point lead. 35 for LeBron James.
The games, series, and runs that he's had.
No, not the Jet.
Fill their own.
That's all right. We got a championship. We got a
We'll
championship.
talk
It's
about
fine.
a few more later, but the overall theme is undeniable. LeBron has lived in the playoffs and thrived under the brightest of lights, despite the unique brand of scrutiny, doubt, and criticism that is his. But none of that matters to you because of 3 things. The sources of so much of that doubt and criticism. The 2010 Eastern Conference semifinals, the decision, and the 2011 finals. All 3 events happened within the span of about 400 days.
That was like,
Started with
yeah,
the
that was
second
3
round of
seasons.
the 2010
Period.
playoffs, Boston versus Cleveland. Despite having the best record in the league, the Cavs lost in 6 to the Pierce KG Ray Allen Celtics. LeBron's numbers look okay, but if you remember watching at the time, or you go back now and watch,
19 rebounds,
you can
crazy.
tell that LeBron's just not there. He's checked out. No aggression, no urgency.
Because Delonte West fucked his mom.
Stretches of total detachment. He was a no-show. And no one still knows definitively why, but salacious
West.
rumors persist that you can look up for yourself. Whatever the reason, the loss amped the noise around LeBron up to new levels. He can't do it. He doesn't have it. The basketball world prepared itself for one of the most consequential free agent decisions ever. What they got was the decision. A 1-hour nationally televised special. LeBron was going to announce his decision on live TV. How could this
Insane.
go wrong?
The answer to the question everybody
Can you
wants.
imagine this happening nowadays?
LeBron,
Oh my god.
What's your decision?
In this fall, man.
Imagine if Katie did this.
In this fall,
He'll be so mad.
Town is to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
The best basketball player in the world dumped his hometown team, the most tortured sports city in America, live on television to join a super team with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. He had quit
Insane.
on Cleveland in the playoffs and followed it up with the mother of all backstabs. The decision remains perhaps the single meanest thing an athlete has
I think at this moment he was the most hated player in NBA history.
ever done to their franchise. It was mindless, shallow, insulting, and egotistical in a profound way. LeBron quickly went from one of the most popular and celebrated athletes in the country to its most hated. Cavs owner Dan Gilbert published an infamous letter tearing James apart. Fans burned his jersey in the streets. Conversations about how LeBron was wired and whether he could be the guy flooded the airwaves. But the funny thing was, I don't think anyone really faulted him for wanting out of Cleveland. It was clear that he didn't get the help that a superstar needs in order to capitalize on.
It's
their
just
talents.
where he went and how he did
Criticism
it.
was first and foremost with the execution, doing it in a self-aggrandizing live TV special.
Yeah.
Criticism quickly turned into nonsensical, inane cliches and false narratives. The same LeBron that was getting praised for his ability to cultivate camaraderie and success on abhorrent teams was now being criticized for not making his teammates fear him.
Whatever that means. Yeah, he said the same thing.
Was the decision the dumbest thing LeBron
The
could have
save.
done? Yes. Was it a knife in the back of the community that had supported him as he ascended from chosen one to superstar? Yes. Was most of this criticism of his mental makeup and desire to win baseless and spiteful? Also, yes. But it probably didn't feel that way for a lot of NBA fans at the time. They
Got the
hated
championship,
him.
though.
He had quit on and betrayed his team. So when the Heat lost the 2011 finals,
Damn right.
Heat boners raged in full force. And the Heat didn't just lose because the Mavs were better. They lost because LeBron choked. His scoring average plummeted to 17 points a game, down from 26 during the regular season. And
8
of those
points.
17 points a game, only 3 came during the fourth quarter, which is especially damning considering how tight the series was. James turned himself into public enemy number 1, promised a
Sean Marion should have been the 2011 Finals MVP. Fight me.
jewelry box's worth of rings, and when the world was watching, completely flopped. There are no excuses. I can't tell you actually LeBron played really well, or that his team let him down. He sucked. He let them down, and they lost. It's a fact. Should it define him forever? No. Because if we take a trip into yesteryear, we can look at a young point guard on the Los Angeles Lakers in the 1984 finals by the name of Irvin Magic Johnson. The series was the first championship meeting between Larry Bird and Magic since their record-breaking collegiate showdown. The two were now the faces of a surging NBA, revitalized thanks to their mastery and rivalry. What did Magic do? He choked. Pretty hard. In Game 2, he dribbled out the final 11 seconds in regulation of a tied game without putting up a shot. The Lakers lost in overtime.
That's actually. Can you imagine how clowning people would be if like LeBron did that? Tie game, he just dribbles out the damn clock.
Magic had his pass picked off with 4
Y'all would be
seconds
clowning him
left
so
in
hard.
regulation of a tied game. Then in overtime, missed both free throws with 35 seconds left.
Nick
with the
Anderson
score
type
tied
beat.
again.
Grant Williams
The Lakers
type beat.
lost. In Game 7, Magic turned the ball over twice in the final 90
Grant
seconds
Williams,
of
I'll
a
make 'em both.
tightly contested game. The Lakers lost. Basketball writers were ruthless and cutting. The fact was, he
Larry
didn't
Bird
have
better
what
than
it
Magic
took to
Johnson,
come
by the
through
way.
in the big moments, despite previous evidence to the contrary. And that's not how we remember Magic Johnson. We remember him as a player who
They
came
won
through in
three-
big games,
three more championships
had big
after that.
performances, and who you wanted to have the ball when the game got close. Could it be because he
Maybe
led the
Skyhook.
Lakers to 3 championships after his '84 meltdown?
Yeah.
So why is it that some people's opinions on LeBron James haven't changed in the last 9 years?
Right.
How were 3 championships and 7 more consecutive finals?
I don't understand when people say LeBron's not clutch. Like, yeah, at 2011, he was not clutch. But everything since then, he's very clearly he's been clutch since then. There's no evidence him not being clutch since then. I don't
Some
understand.
sort of redemption because of this right here, the Magic Bullet. 3-6
Now 4-6, won a championship with the Lakers and Finals MVP since this video.
in finals series. Not that he's won 3 championships, or that he's made 9 finals, or that he's spent almost the entire decade of the 2010s playing June basketball. It's that he's made it 9 times and lost 6 times. Would it be better
He
if
context
were
on the
3-0
losses.
or 3-3? It is not a meaningful or insightful conversation in any capacity to boil down a player's entire career, his contributions, strengths, weaknesses, and subtleties to just his record in the NBA Finals. How
Right.
is it that making it to the finals and losing is worse than not making it at all? If
Right.
you take the time to actually look at how he ended up in those series and what he actually did in them, I have no idea how you could misconstrue his finals performances as a hindrance to his case. We talked about 07, 11, 12, and 13. Of those 4, the first was a loss to a team with an actual roster and head coach.
No, he was
The
winning that.
second was a loss that
Was
can
his
be
fault.
pinned entirely on James, and the last 2 were victories. In 2014, the Spurs played absolutely divine basketball. You cannot play the game better. LeBron and Chris Bosh were the only players on the roster who showed up. Nobody else, either because of age or mileage, could handle the physical toll of a 4th straight finals. LeBron led the Heat in every stat but blocks. He averaged 28, 7, and 4 while shooting 57, 51, 79 splits.
Yeah, not
As
his
Mike
fault.
Tyson said to Sports Illustrated, the Spurs won because they deserved
Once again, I don't think if you replace Jordan with LeBron there, he's winning.
not because of what LeBron didn't do. You're out of your mind if you think that the 2015 finals is a black mark on LeBron's legacy. The Cavs lost Kevin Love in the first round and Kyrie Irving in Game 1 of the finals against the Warriors.
Once again, nobody was
LeBron
winning
was
this.
So supremely
You put Jordan
impressive
here,
that
he's not winning.
Cleveland actually had a prayer of winning the series, which garnered him finals MVP votes despite being on the losing team. His averages were unreal, and Andre Iguodala won the...
Okay, granted, he did average 36, 13, and 9, which is insane to be fair. But people always argue, oh, why did Andre Iguodala get Finals MVP for guarding LeBron when LeBron averaged 36? Like, he didn't really guard him that well. Well, most of those was because he had like 3 straight 40-point games to start the series. And then they put Andre Iguodala on him the last 3 games, and he was putting up big scoring numbers. He was the only one shooting. But his efficiency went way down. I believe he shot under 40% in the series. So, I mean, holding someone, yeah, he averaged 36 points, but he shot under 40%. So, holding LeBron James, one of the most efficient scorers in NBA history, to Allen Iverson shooting statistics, I think that's, I mean, I think he's decently deserving of the Finals
award
MVP.
Specifically because he kept LeBron
thinking Iguodala
from
gets slandered
doing
too
more
much.
damage. In 2017, after a super weird regular season, the Cavs flipped the switch and cruised to the final.
2017 and 18, no way. I don't care if you put LeBron James, I don't care if you put Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen on the damn team, bro. They're not beating the Steph Curry, Kevin Durant
Against
Warriors.
the new-look Warriors with Kevin Durant. LeBron became the first player to average a triple-double in the finals, but
34, 12, and 10 in the finals, and lost in 5. Like, what was he meant to do? I don't know what you might expect out of the guy. Larry Bird, actually, to be fair, averaged a triple-double if you round up in the 20, which we always do, by the way. You always got to round up. Come on now. Averaged a triple-double in the 86 finals, where he won the finals MVP, which, if you round up, would be the first time someone averaged triple-double and won the championship the same season
the
in the
Cavs
finals.
lost in 5, keeping the Warriors from sweeping their way through the entire playoffs. In 2018, without Kyrie, LeBron had a run that was eerily similar to his 2007.
One of the greatest finals runs of all
Game
time.
winners, crazy numbers, Game
If
7,
not the best.
the whole thing. The
Nah,
culmination
not the
of
best,
the
'cause
run
they didn't win it,
happened in
but
Game 1 of the
insane.
finals when LeBron scored an earth-shattering 51 points, giving the Cavs a chance.
LeBron James had arguably the greatest finals game in NBA history and lost because of J.R. Smith. 51, 8, and 8 against arguably the greatest team in NBA history at Golden State. Then J.R. Smith.
Chance to take a 1-0 lead in the series.
J.R. Smith. I was going to say full name, no idea what J.R. stands for, not going to lie to you.
And then this happened.
Rebound goes to the Cavs. J.R. Smith brings it back out. Throws it to Hill. Hill shot blocked.
For the past
If he
13 years in a row, every team...
If he would have won Game 1, it would have been like Allen Iverson beating the 2001 Lakers in Game 1 with the step over, dropping like 48 points in overtime. It would have been insane. But then J.R.
team that
Smith.
LeBron James has played on
But then J.R.
has
Smith.
been in contention to win the championship regardless of the roster around him. We're not going
That's
to play
true.
the what-if game, but he's proven that he doesn't need the league's all-time leading scorer as a teammate or the Zen master
Magic.
as a coach. He also
Jordan.
doesn't need
Kobe.
time off between finals. It took him 8 straight finals before he finally wore down. Give
8
him
straight
any
finals,
coach,
nuts.
Give him any teammates. And by the sheer brilliance of his play, your team is now a championship contender. And I don't have to make the argument that 3 rings is more than 5 or 6 or 11, because that's not how we evaluate these players. We don't just look at ring totals. Otherwise, Robert Horry would be on Mount Rushmore. Yes, it's all...
Robert Horry is a good player, though. People like to act like he's trash. He was actually a really good role player. Okay, he was arguably like the third or second best player. He was arguably like the third best player on the 94 95
about
Rockets.
winning, but it's really not. We
And
try
on
to
2000 Lakers.
synthesize things like play style, competition, success, achievements, accolades, and the like into a more cohesive and complete picture. Just asking, did they win, when trying to argue for the greatest basketball player of all time is the wrong question, because, you know, it's a team sport. The better question to ask is which player gave their team the best chance to win? Who meant the most to their
Good
teams?
point.
And the answer to that question is LeBron James. Is there any better example of this than the 2016 finals? What other player in that situation would have been able to do what LeBron did? He didn't try to will his team to victory by just jacking up shots. He picked his spots perfectly, got his teammates involved, and inspired a belief that they could win despite the odds. The
Greatest
series
finals
is
of
the
all
perfect
time.
testimony to the value of LeBron James. They were facing the 73-9 Warriors,
73
the best
and
record
9.
in NBA history.
Best storyline in NBA
Single-digit
history, this
losses
one
in
season.
An 82-game season. Cap it off with a title, and they instantly have a claim as the best basketball team ever. And after the first 4 games of the series, they have a 3-1 lead. No team in that position had ever lost. That lead in that series has proven throughout history to be insurmountable. Game 5 in Oakland. Kyrie shoots 70% from the floor to rack up 41 points. LeBron matches him with 41 of his own, plus
Luka and Kyrie, future
16
champions.
rebounds and 7 assists. Tristan Thompson is the only other Cavalier in double digits. Game 6 in Cleveland. LeBron spearheads a blowout with another 41-point performance.
Back-to-back
8
41.
rebounds and 11 assists.
It's funny because he dropped 41, and then people were like, "Oh, he only dropped 41 because Draymond Green got suspended." The next game, he got 41 again.
To go along with it. The momentum of the series has palpably shifted.
Game 7.
Game 7 had legacy bursting at its seams. Something historic was going to happen, no matter how the game ended. Either the Warriors were about to cap off the most successful basketball season ever, or the Cavs were going to do the unthinkable. A 3-1 comeback, their first franchise title, Cleveland's first championship in 52 years, all made possible by LeBron James. A Cleveland win in Game 7 represented the single most significant feat that any player has ever achieved. The most anticipated high school basketball player in a lifetime, who became the chosen one 45
Give me
minutes
chills,
away
bro.
from the team that would draft him, who took
What I
that
say, bro?
team to brand new
Greatest
heights,
storyline in NBA history. What I say?
who broke that city's heart in an astonishing way, came back to try to make things right, and was now one game away from fulfilling his promise in an unprecedented comeback against a record-breaking opponent. He isn't Michael Jordan. Don't expect him to be. He's not Magic Johnson either. He's not Larry Bird or Bill Russell or Wilt Chamberlain. He's LeBron James, the most valuable basketball player ever. The most complete basketball player who's ever lived. The greatest basketball player of all time.
That ending, bro, gives you chills, man. Gives you chills, just the review of it all. Alright, so that is it for Making the Case for LeBron James. That's it for the Making the Case series. So, comment if you think the GOAT, if you think LeBron's the GOAT, or if you think, just comment any of the arguments I said in this video, and, yeah.